Ahoy, Crippsy Cripplers. Welcome back to another Project Feline Devstream. Today we're doing more animation on Gabi's model, and I've been working on a few things in the background that I'll try and get up real quick. I've had some weird issues with trying to change some of the import settings with Unreal, so I was messing around a little with that. I also accidentally made improvements to the camera in the game, and I'll get it open. I'm opening it up. I'm just setting up. And I did a lot more research on animation. So a lot of... And I've been also, because everyone keeps asking when the next devlog's coming out, the script is now almost finished. And then I can start recording it and entering it into production. So that's coming up as well. Now that I've reorganized all the files for my devlogs, it's, well, things are going to be in motion a little quicker. So... That's cooking. I've got that on the stove. It's going to be, that episode I'm working on at the moment is going to be about another character that I worked on that I totally forgot to mention. You might have seen him in game in some of my newer footage, but I have not actually talked about his design and development. It's a little robot character that attacks you. So that's what the next episode is going to be about, which does use a lot of the same principles that I'm trying to use in Gabi's model. In fact, I learned a lot of the learning, especially for the texturing pipeline, I learned by doing that character. So I'm just in the process of, like, I have a draft of the script, but it's still not quite there yet. So I'm working on that. And if you want to see an early draft of the script, I do have it for my members on YouTube, Twitch, and Patreon. So if you join the early access tier, which will also get you access to the episode first, you can see the script up on my Discord right now. So let me, I've got Unreal open here. I'll show you some of the... Unfortunately, I can't, I don't have any before and after comparisons, but you might, if you remember how it looked like last week, you might recognize that something looks a little different about Gabi. So I'm just getting the model open as well. All right, check this out. So I spent a few days in Unreal because I just wanted to kind of like play around a little bit with it. One thing you'll notice is that I have like proto headphones on her now, and that's something I've been toiling away at as well, because designing headphones like this is actually kind of hard, as it would turn out. So the general shape I think I'm happy with now, but getting it modeled that precisely has not been easy, so I've like started over a few times. But she now has like an early version of the headphone. You can see the normals on one side are flipped, so that's something I'll have to work at. But I just wanted to see in game with the distance that the camera is and in the animations in game. I just wanted to see like, oh, do these headphones look good from the angle that you see it at in game? And I can't think of much else to do, because one thing you got to consider is, like, from the side, how does it look? Because before, the earlier version of this I had, the headband was way too thick, and it looked like it was going to fall off her head, and I'm like, okay, that's not so good. So I've actually made it thinner, and I've, like, messed around a lot with the size of, like, the cups for the headphones, and, like, the shape proportions. I'll show you the model of that in a bit, but the main, one of the main things I improved was, you'll notice that for one half of her model, the normals are now imported correctly for one half. So that's still haven't worked out mirroring yet. But you can see now in game, you can see that the custom normals on her left side are now imported, which they weren't this whole time actually. So everything we've been doing up until now in Unreal actually was using calculated normals. It was recalculating the normals, and it actually did an okay job, because the model is built in such a way that it will kind of get similar normals just from the geometry. But I see that little triangle under the eye, and I know there's still skinning issues with the export. So if I try and pause it on a frame where her teeth aren't clipping into her mouth there, you can see we've got on her left side, you can see that there's this very precise triangle under her eye now, because I deliberately modeled in so it would light like that under this angle. And if I move the camera to a different angle, you can see that the shading snaps, like it'll snap between that, and then when I turn her head this way, there's still a bit of like, yeah, a bit of glitchiness near the mouth, but in terms of the eyes and the cheek, it's acting like I want it to. Same for the hair. The hair is now a bit smoother with its lighting. So yeah, it's minor stuff, but it's like, it's important that it's there. But I still haven't worked out why the other half of the body is just not, it's not cooperating. But yeah, so on the other side, it looks kind of weird. What's also really strange too is when I changed how the normals were imported, the outline shader changed slightly. So it actually will, it seems to be playing a bit nicer with her head shape and her hair. Just the outlines, because before they were a little too thick everywhere, and I still haven't, there's a custom vertex channel I've imported. Well, I haven't imported, I don't know how to import it, but in the model there is a custom vertex channel that controls, or a vertex color that controls the line width, and that isn't there yet, but even without it, just the tips of everything, like the hair strands here, it's made the outlines thicker on them, and the lines going into them thinner, which actually looks good. The outline just looks more precise. So I don't know why it's done that, but I do like it, because that way if I reset the FOV back, and just ignore like the other half of her face, you can see that her eye, it looks like she's got a black eye, because something really weird's going on with the normals on that side. But on the other side, on her left, our right, you can see that her eye is a lot, because of this line thing that's happened, her eye is a lot more visible, which it wasn't earlier. So her actual, when I get it to work on both sides, her face will read a lot clearer on screen from this distance, which I was pretty happy, because I was like, why does it look worse in Unreal? Like, it looked okay on Unreal, but it's like, why does it look better in Blender? And it's like, oh, it's for whatever reason, it's something to do with the outline shader. So that's, and the normals are kind of helping it look less messy now, and it just is cleaner. So if I can run this at like 480p and it'll still look good. So that's pretty cool. Like, yeah, I know it's kind of hard to see on stream, but just the entire, that side of her face it reads very clean. Except for that bit of, she's got her gums clipping in. That's another issue to do with something else, which I'm still working on. But the normals on her body are a bit smoother as well. And yeah, that's all. It doesn't sound like a huge deal, but it's actually kind of difficult to get that to behave. So I spent a good amount of time on that. You can see on her arm there too. Oh, there's a really cool, it's hard to see, but her knees also are shaded better, but it's hard because they're covered by the armor most of the time. But I did do a lot of work on her kneecaps so that there would be like the shadow of the kneecap underneath, and that is there. It's just hard to see with the armor on top, but that does render, which is pretty cool. And then there was a few more. There was something else I also did with the camera. I'm gonna need to get up the gamepad for this to demonstrate it, because I was a little unhappy with some of the camera stuff, and I ended up spending like a day reprogramming some of the camera behavior. So I might need to open an old build to show you the old version, because one thing that was really frustrating in the old build is when you would walk up to something, the camera would try to move out of the way, and sometimes you get really strange results. And I'll show you what I mean. I'll just get it open. And then I'll show you some of the research I've been doing after this. I still got my COVID cough is still there. It's been like 2 weeks now, I think. So I don't know when that's gonna go away. But yeah. Release the game? You just gotta wait. I can't release a bad game. It's not how that works. Hire a specialist? What do you think I am? I am a specialist now. I think if you have questions about that stuff, you should check out the last stream, because I had a bit of an interesting story about why hiring people is not always the solution. I don't expect most people that haven't done game development to get it, but if you're really curious, you should check out just the end of the last stream. So if we go to... let's go test map. I'll show you this issue with the camera. It's bothering me. So if we, with this in-game camera, if we move it, you can see how the camera like lowers into her torso, which is like, I don't want that. I don't like it. So I've actually, the reason it does do that is that you'll notice when I move the camera up and down, it pivots. That you can see that it's the axial point, the axiom is like in her hips. And I kind of thought I wanted that at first, because that way when you rotate the camera down, she stays at the bottom third of the screen. But then if you do this, you get that happening. And I thought, maybe that's not so great. So I've changed it, and I did a bit of extra programming as well. So instead, you can see that it's now her head that's staying in the middle of the frame. So the actual pivot point has changed. And that means if I walk into something, the camera elevation doesn't change. It doesn't lower. It stays where it is, and I can walk into a wall and it won't try and clip into her waist. So it still does some intelligent, like, it moves, like the camera won't clip through the wall and stuff, but it's just a less awkward axiom point. And she stays in the middle of the screen now more, which I think will work a bit better for framing. And it's mainly visible for the ledge grab. That's kind of where it's most noticeable. So if I open up her old ledge grab on this old build, you see how when I rotate it, like well, firstly, if I do this, the camera will start clipping into the top of the ledge. It's not so good. If I do this as well, it just kind of, this angle feels awkward because I can't see what's behind me. I can only see a lot of the ledge in front of me. Whereas in the new edition of this camera, I can kind of equally see what's behind me and what's ahead of me if I look up. Because you're not going to really need to be able to see the floor covering the entire screen. And that sort of stuff's important, because a lot of 3D platformers have, especially the early 3D platformers from the 90s, have just terrible cameras. And that's kind of why they age poorly. Like, I don't know if anyone's tried playing like the first Tomb Raider game. The camera controls in that are just so unintuitive. And if you just change the camera controls, it would like hold up a lot better. And it's not even with the movement, it's just with like the way the camera works. Because I think it just always stays behind Lara, which is like kind of what you want, but it doesn't do it in a smart way. Whereas, yeah, so with modern I've tried to do it to a more like professional standard with like how I see AAA cameras work. And this kind of felt a bit awkward with the framing, because they do spend time looking at framing. That's something that's important. So that now does it. And another thing I've also changed is that the orbiting is a little quicker. So that's this thing that happens. It only happens on gamepad, because I feel like gamepad people will want this and people using keyboard will not. And that's when you run it sideways, it'll actually run in circles rather than just running sideways. That's another sign of like an amateur game, is that a lot of like Unity projects mainly I see that like have a prototype, the camera does not move at all and you have to manually do it. And it's just because the guy whoever made it just hasn't thought about the camera. They just chucked in the default camera and called it a day. But for me, that's not good enough. So it does sort of what actual, games that you would actually pay money for would do, where it actually will orbit. And it does do that a bit in the old version, but the orbit diameter is a lot wider, and it's kind of annoying. Like, turning around just takes too long, so you end up just having to use the camera instead. So the orbit radius is like really wide. Like, you see the circle she runs in is diameter is probably about 10 meters, and I just felt off. So I'm like, I'm gonna like speed that up a bit so that I can turn quicker. And I don't know, to me a lot of those little details, it helps as well with the model, because I've also changed the camera distance. That was something else I forgot to mention. So it's actually, the camera is a little bit further away now, and I think that's going to affect sort of the animation, how the animations will look as well. Because at the moment, the animations I've all been doing, she's been a bit closer on screen, but now I've sort of pulled it back a little so you can see more of what's above you. And I feel like it's going to influence a bit of how I choose to animate stuff. So I'm glad I did that now before continuing. But yeah, it's sort of, the frame is a bit more balanced. She's sitting a bit better. Whereas in this older version, you can just, I don't know, you can just kind of see that you can see how she's lower. Like, it almost looks like her feet are like gonna get cut off in the frame. Whereas here, her feet are a bit higher. And that's mainly just because I've pulled the distance back a little. And I've also, yeah, there's also with the rotation, the actual camera rotation is tilting slightly down. So it isn't just straight up like this, as it used to be. Now it tilts slightly like this, so you can kind of see the floor a bit better. So those are some little changes I made just because it was like bothering me. And I think the camera placement really does affect sort of how the character looks a lot of the time. A lot of people kind of ignore that, but I think it's really vital that that is like thought out properly and done. Like for reference, I think the guys that did Journey, they had one dude on that team that just spent 2 years on the camera system. So it's pretty important stuff. If they thought it was worth 2 years of work, it means that it's important. So that's some of the stuff I was working on programming wise. And I've been doing some more research on animation because it's, well, there was something I was trying to explain last time, and I think I have a better idea on what it is. And it's like the idea of limited animation. I've kind of, I see it a bit differently now, because I think the limited animation I was thinking is actually a bit broader than what I was thinking. It's actually kind of more, it's more than just cutting out interpolation, which we've been trying to do on some of these animations. I'll just get the, what clip do I have to do next? I'm just looking at the list of other easier ones I still have to do. I did want to work on the jump descend actually, because there's a reason why. I did a lot of more research on like posing, and the falling pose is like kind of bad. I want to change it and make it a bit better. So, but I'll get into that story in just a minute. Mad Goose says 2 years. I get it wanting to be good, but 2 years. Well, yeah, like if you want to make a good system, like the thing is that there's a reason why that's probably surprising to you is because most people don't notice how good the camera is, and that's actually meant you're not supposed to notice it. That's kind of why a lot of people get, I wasn't surprised at all, but most people get super surprised when they hear that a good camera system took 2 years, because they weren't using like Unreal or something. They had to, I think they were using like their own proprietary tools. So they would have had to program, like a lot of the stuff I'm using is kind of there already in Unreal, so it takes me less time. But for Journey, if you actually pay attention, I think there is a GDC talk on the Journey camera system, but if you actually pay attention to the game, the camera is doing a lot. Like it will like frame scenes certain ways. Like as you're moving through the environment, the camera will change its framing depending on where you are. And if you've ever tried, like it isn't just animating the camera to like be in certain places. It's like making a system that lets you pose it anywhere in any level. When you think about it like that, it is actually very complicated, and it would take you about 2 years if you were really serious about it. So that's like, when you actually play the game and pay attention to what's happening, it makes sense. And it's like, oh, but the whole point is that you're not meant to notice, because if you do notice it, they've failed. Because the idea is that it's so good that it gets out of the way. You know what you would notice? You would notice it if there was no camera programming. That's what I notice when I play amateur Unreal or Unity prototypes, is that I immediately notice that, oh, the camera is like not doing anything. And I have to manually get it to do, like it's, when I'm up here, it should look in this direction, but it isn't, because whoever did this didn't program the camera. So, and that's when you will notice it. And unless you've gone out and tried playing indie games, you probably will have never noticed this. But if you, in the AAA games that I see, they all have like smart camera programming. Like any third person game will have a lot of wizardry going on. And yes, it is easier to notice a trash system. yeah, that's true. Excuse me. Cosmic says, would smear frames considered polish? I would think so, yes. I still haven't really figured out how I'm going to do smear frames, but that's a bit of another topic. We'll save that for another time, because I did do some research on smear frames, but I haven't quite figured out yet how I want to go about it. But I wanted to show, there's gameplay I'm trying to find, the Dragon Ball FighterZ game, because I noticed something about it. about limited animation. So this is something that I've been sort of trying to deal with my animations, and I don't think I've nailed it yet. But I don't want high level gameplay. I just want regular. Is there just like normal beginner gameplay here? I don't want specialized. I don't want pro gameplay. I just want normal gameplay. All right, we'll look at this. So, oh my goodness, there's a lot going on. I'm just trying to find like idols or something, because I've noticed that, we brought this game up a few times to look at, and let me search idols. I need to look at idols. Here we go. So because we've looked at this game a few times for reference, because this is another Arc System game. And I've actually started noticing, they embellish the character screen a little bit, but in the actual gameplay, which I don't think it has here, but in the actual gameplay, the way that they animate these characters is a little different from Guilty Gear, because I've been using mainly Guilty Gear to, like here, actually, this is a great example. Because I've been using Guilty Gear a lot as like a reference, but Guilty Gear actually has slightly higher production value than this. And it got me thinking, maybe I gotta look more at this game. So, if you look at this, for instance, what I was trying to explain the other week is that with limited animation, I think when I explained that the first few times in my devlogs, a lot of people just assumed it meant cutting out interpolation, but that's actually not all it is. And I think I know how to word it now. I think what limited animation is, it isn't just cutting out frames, it's also cutting out poses. Because I was looking at that anime that I was talking about the other week that I found at Vinny's, that weird Sky Pirate anime that I found. I was looking more at that and how that's animated, and I noticed that they do a lot of these tricks and this is not the way you would animate a normal video game character. And this is part of the reason why, to go at what's his name's question earlier, why not just hire a specialist? One of the reasons is there's very few specialists that can do exactly what I want, because this is the sort of thing that only one studio has done. So unless I have the budget to poach all of Arc System Works' talent, it's not going to happen. You can't just find someone on Fiverr that's going to know how to do this. So, and what this is that if you look at how Vegeta here is animated, he's got his hair moving, right? But you notice how the rest of his body does not move? Or in this dude, they've only animated secondary action here. Like, it's cut the interpolation out of those actions, but the actual body posture is not moving. And if you were animating Nathan Drake, or actually a better example, because everyone keeps bringing up Spider-Man, some Spider-Man game where they do this technique, and the reason why I've deliberately not looked at Spider-Man is that they do it wrong, because what they've done in this, I'll show this gameplay too. Everyone keeps telling me to look at this, and it's not what I want. It's the certain skin or something, or whatever, where they try to do the same limited animation style, but they've done it the lazy way. Which isn't, I'm not trying to criticize it, I'm just saying it's not what I want. They've done it the way where they've just taken the normal animations of Spider-Man and they've just capped the frame rate on them, and that's it. So this, I remember when this came out, well, firstly, people try to say I copied this, even though I've been working on my thing since way before this was announced. But also the way that they do it, if you actually pay attention, they've just cut the frames out. And that's why it still looks a little strange. I don't know if it's just me, because I think this looks a little strange. And it's because it's like superficially emulating. Firstly, the shading is wrong. That's not how, like, oh, they've tried to do the polka dot shading, but it doesn't look like a, I guess Spider-Verse Spider-Verse doesn't look cartoon, it still looks pretty 3D, so I guess it's accurate to the Spider-Verse movie. But if you look at how the character moves, this is, I mean, it's accurate to Spider-Verse, but Spider-Verse is not the style, because the way Spider-Verse is animated is not the way. Because yeah, if you look at, well, he's all doing, is there one of him just not moving? Like, is there one of him just staying still? I don't know. Let's look at free roam gameplay, because I haven't played this, so I don't know all of the animations, but just from the clips I've seen, you see this? Now, the way he's falling here, they've just taken Spider-Man's normal falling animation, and they've just added a 30 FPS limit on it, or a 20 FPS limit on it. That's all they've done, and I guess that's good enough for them, right? But if you look at just that falling clip, you'll notice that it doesn't, because I'm not trying to do Spider-Man, I'm trying to do anime, and anime is not done like this. If you look at how you see how his body slightly shimmers when he falls? And I'm not talking about his secondary whatever. Spider-Man doesn't really have any secondary action because his suit is skin tight. But what I'm talking about is just his body. If you look at how it moves, see how it actually does move a little bit in between each keyframe, because the whatever mocap animations they normally use does that. And it would look fine on a realistic character, and you can see his hand is moving. Now, in an anime, as I've been studying it more, like I spent like the half of my last week just studying it more, it's at the bottom of the screen. I know he's like out of frame here, but these little movements, anime studios would not do that, because they have to redraw the entire character for those movements. So it isn't really, that's why it doesn't quite look right, because an actual cell animated traditional studio like Toei Animation or whatever, they wouldn't make that choice. Instead, they would choose to keep the pose stiff the whole way, and if the character had some secondary thing like hair or a tail or whatever, they would move those things. They wouldn't move the body, because limited animation is also like, how many less poses can we get away with? Because of the limitations and the budget of these productions. Whereas this sort of choice here that they're doing on Spider-Man, you wouldn't make that choice if you had to release a new Dragon Ball episode next week and you have like a limited budget of how many frames you can draw. Like, it's harder to notice when he moves like this. Like, that looks fine, but it's just when he holds these idols, or just the way, there's the principle through which it's posed. Like, even here, he's like moving his head and his torso slightly, and it's like, if I tried doing that, which I am doing a bit, which is why mine it looks a bit off still. It doesn't look convincing enough as an anime character when you do that stuff, because that's the sort of stuff you do for a normal game character. You'd have all that movement. It's something, if you're animating Spider-Man without this skin on or whatever, and he was at the 60 FPS, and if you had his torso stay in the same spot between two frames, in that context, it would look weird. But in the context I want, that's actually desired. That's what you want. So I'm still trying to figure out a way to condense this into like a sentence, but that's something really important that I picked up on now that I can notice. And the reason why I wanted to bring up Dragon Ball is because they actually take this even more than Guilty Gear does. Because Guilty Gear, even we were looking at Soul Bad Guy's, I think that's his name, Soul Bad Guy's idol, there actually is still a lot of movement, like that chest expansion there. But if you look at the idols in Dragon Ball, they're actually a lot more primitive. Like even here, like Goku, like they've animated his clothes, but they actually have not animated like his chest. His actual chest and breathing, they don't actually do that. And I would bet, and I haven't watched Dragon Ball, but because it's an older anime, because Dragon Ball was like the 90s, that's when it started, right? So I would bet that this was on purpose, and they actually studied Dragon Ball's animation, Arc System Works, and they went, oh, there's actually a lot less in between movements in Dragon Ball than our original IP, Guilty Gear. So we will change our style to fit the animation style of Dragon Ball, which I think is incredible. Because if you'll notice that this, even though it's anime and it's by the same studio, this is animated differently to Guilty Gear. Even though it's the same, it's like, well, if you really, it depends on what you count as the same art style, but it's of the same cloth, but there are different rules. And another thing I noticed, because someone asked previously about smear frames, is that the way they do smear frames in this is also different to Guilty Gear's. The aesthetic of the smear frames is actually different. So in Guilty Gear, they have, I don't know if I can pick up on any of these clips. And this is mainly like, we're not going to get to smear frames today. I'm just sort of making note of this for later. Do they have any smear frames in this gameplay? Is this all going to be on one side of the screen the whole time? Oh no, I think I caught a smear frame right there. Because the actual texture on the smear frame is different. They do it, it's actually simpler, and it's a bit more appealing. That's why I kind of want to start pivoting a little and look at this game more. Because it is slightly lower fidelity than Guilty Gear, which means it'll be a bit easier. And this still looks stunning. So hold on, I think I missed it. When he punches. Yeah, oh my goodness, it's like all the way in this corner of the screen, so I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see it. But there's a smear frame. Oh, oops. Yeah, so there's a right here. It's very tiny and it's very low compressed. But this sort of smear, this is not how Guilty Gear smears look. Guilty Gear smears don't have this sort of wispy texture on them. They have like a big solid block of color. And the shape more closely resembles the actual, like for a Guilty Gear smear frame, if Goku was to move his arm, the actual smear would engulf the entire arm and have the same color as the arm and be like a big solid blob. Whereas in Dragon Ball, it's actually just a texture, a flat like plane that they stretch to the right shape. So in this case, it's stretched in a straight line and it just has a texture on it with, it actually does have line work on it too. But the actual geometry of the smear frame is way more primitive than the Guilty Gear smear frames, but they make up for that with the texture. And I actually went and looked at some Dragon Ball footage from the anime, and it's the look is the same. So they've actually gone to the effort to change how they do the smear frames in this game to emulate how Dragon Ball the show animates smear frames. So I've just been like observing that stuff and letting that sit in my head, because I don't know what decision I'm going to make with my smear frames, but this gives me stuff to work with of examples of how I could go about it. And I do find the idea of a very simple mesh, like a trail mesh, and having that for every smear frame, that's an appealing... I like that more than the Guilty Gear thing, because the Guilty Gear's ones look a bit more complex. And if I could avoid that, that'd be great. And there's just... Yeah, here we go. Here's a smear frame. So they have another one for his... I think they have a different texture for, like, arms and legs. So his leg has this blue texture. It's just textured in... And then they stretch it along the spline, and they just animate the spline, which I understand. I haven't done it before, but that makes sense to me. I understand how I would go about doing that if I had to. I would make the mesh and rig it and have it to a set of bones, and then I would like pose it on certain frames. And then when it's not in frame, I'd just hide it off screen somewhere. So that makes sense to me. With the Guilty Gear ones, it's sort of the similar, but it's a bit more complicated, the way they do it. So that's just some interesting observations. Speaking of which, and there's more. I'm just sort of showing you all of like the discoveries I've been trying to make, because as I've been animating this, I've been sort of brute force doing it with posing and everything, and it's shaping up okay, but I had a thirst of like, I need to learn a bit more before I keep going. So I wanted to work on the jump descent. I'm not very happy with this pose, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I found something really cool. Because we've been using like lots of gymnastics reference for Gabi's movement, and there's some actions like this when she's falling that to me don't quite strike me as gymnastic enough, and it kind of breaks the. It feels like, oh, the rules haven't been followed. So this is the animation that plays when she's falling, like this. You notice how it's, I don't know, like it's good, it's better than the old one. But it feels a little out of character, just for the fall here. She stays in character pretty well up until the apex, that's fine, and then when she goes here, it's like, would a gymnast actually fall like that? And then I realized what I was actually trying to describe. Because there is a person out there that has also thought about a crazy amount about this sort of stuff. And that is our old friend of the stream, Mr. Magnus Sheving, Sporticus. And we've been using him a lot as reference, and I found this brilliant video where it's called Sporticus Training Moves Instructions. And this is a video that he made to teach actors how to how to move like Sportacus. Because, and I watched through this, and I'll skim through it a bit because it's really fascinating. It's more than just being athletic. He has thought through everything. So in this little bit here, this is real life Sportacus. This is what he actually looks like. And he's describing that the principle of Sportacus's movements is that everything is straight. So he's talking about his knee placement here, and that's why he's got this big stick that he's using. And he's like, see, when I do my jumping jacks, if my knees are bent the wrong way, it doesn't look like a straight line, and it looks off. So he says, instead, you want this posture so that that knee is in a straight line. And he goes on to explain, like, so much about Sportacus's posture. And it's like, oh my god, he really thought through everything. So he's explaining here that when he's doing stretches, everything has to be a straight line. And if it's not a straight line, it doesn't look like Sportacus. So he's pointing out here on his body all the straight lines that he's composing with his pose. And it's like, see, when I bend my back like this, it's not a straight line anymore, and it looks bad. And then if I'm too hunched over, it also looks bad. And it's just like, this is the sort of stuff I was missing. I was sort of seeing it when I was studying, when we were watching that footage and all the clips of him doing flips. We could kind of see in his poses, like how he would pose his arms, but this is like the rule book. And it's like, oh, it's all making sense now. So you see how every little movement he does, you can draw straight lines everywhere, and nothing is at a weird bend. And he's saying even when because he has that signature move he does, and even there, he has rules on exactly, it has to be an exact right angle with the bend. And I've noticed that he's the only person that's paying that much attention to it, because I've watched a bunch of interviews he's done where he'll like show kids how to do the signature move, and all the kids get it wrong. Well, actually no, the kids actually get it right, but it's the adults that are like, if he's on like some TV show, the host will actually not get it right, and they'll have her arms too low, and that's why for them it looks goofy, but for Sportacus it looks graceful. And he's showing, yeah, it's like, you can't be too high, can't be too low, it has to be a straight line. And it's like, I love this. This is brilliant. And it's like, I need to, now that I've seen how he thinks about movement, it's like, oh, I can see here. And he's saying right in this sentence right here, I don't have my audio plugged in, but he's saying, I remember the exact words he says here. He says, Sportacus is not like Spider-Man. He's not crawling around like this, and he's not like a superhero, and he's not like this. He's not bulky and stiff. He's in between. That's what he's saying. And I thought that's exactly what I was trying to get. It's like, that's exactly the kind of movement that I'm trying to go for. And this guy has done all the thinking through of the rules. Because there's converging rules. One of the reasons I was struggling a bit last week with getting the pose to look right, because I think I know what that means now. Looking right is sort of what Magnus is trying to demonstrate here. So you see what is in his movements. So this, putting the anime stuff aside for a second, he demonstrates, it's so cool that he can act the wrong poses as well, because here he's showing how Sportacus lands. He's like, when you land, you have to do it this way. You can't do it like this, where his back is all like that, and you can't break character during the land. He's saying, no, he has to have this very loose, he can't move like this, like Captain Quark or something. It has to be like this. And this movement here triggered a bunch of neurons in my brain when I saw him do this move. Because I see him do this, because I've been going back to rewatch some of Lazy Town just to study it. And this movement he does here, of when he like bounces off with his knees and moves his hands like that, he does that in every single episode. That movement is like burned into my head, and it's like, oh my goodness, he is in full control. So he can show what it shouldn't look like, and he can show what it should. And he's thought it through so much that even his head posture, it's like your head has to be tilted a certain way. And he shows it just here. I think it's about here. And this is like a psychological thing where he's like, he can't look like Superman. He can't be looking down at people. His head has to be tilted down like this. And it's just like the thoughtfulness, you know how John Yamamoto in his Guilty Gear talk about the art style for anime? You know how he kept saying intentionality? This is what I see when I see Sportacus as well. I think that's why I'm attracted to using this as a reference, is because it's a different application, but it's the same idea. This is to me why I would consider this art. It's like he is intentionally like thought out the posturing, the movement, the posing. He's giving it the same attention as an animator would, and he's not even an animator. And it's like that, and to me, that's like what Gabi should be. That's what I mean, because that's something I think is important, and I want to kind of imbue that into her, which is why I was probably attracted, because gymnastics is sort of the same. It might have a few differences, but you can tell he took inspiration from gymnastics and dance. And he actually makes a comment in here somewhere saying that it isn't quite one or the other. It's like an in-between of dancing. Yeah, he's saying here that Sportacus doesn't dance. He has like the rule. He doesn't dance, but he isn't completely like without joy. It's a mix between both of those things. Because he does dance on the show, but he doesn't dance like a dancer. He dances like a gymnast. And just that thought, and yeah, you see how the dancing here looks different? So I know it's a bit of a ramble, but this sort of stuff is so... Magnus keeps saying here, he says the word "it's really important" like 10 times in this video. And I agree, it is really important. Because this is what separates something quality like this from, like, slop. Is that attention, the thoughtfulness, the artist intent. He's applying the same artist intent here, but to his movements. And it shows. That's why people still like this show. People still talk about it 20 years later. It's why I still remember it. Because if I guarantee you, if he hadn't bothered, if he hadn't put in the effort, I would have forgotten about this show. I wouldn't care about it at all. But this is it's brilliant. Just the thoughtfulness. So when I went and watched that, and then I went and looked at Gabi's animations again, and I thought, aha, I've got it right sometimes, but for poses like this, I've sort of broken some of those rules, and that's why I'm having better eyes for why I think I have this reaction of, oh, why does it look like that? Because the less I have that reaction, the less the players have that reaction. Everyone's happy, and it's a better experience. So it all comes down to these little things. So now that I've gotten that little lecture out of the way, let's see if we can put this into practice. So this pose, it's her arms that bother me a lot. Because these arms are not... I'm not trying to stick 100% to Sportacus's rulebook, but I want to use that as a base, because I could try to come up with my own one, but I think I can just sort of mimic some of that and borrow... and then deviate sometimes where I feel like I want to add my own thing to something. So for a fall pose, I don't have a lot of ideas that jump out at me for how I exactly want it to look, but I know how I don't want it to look. And in the absence of a strong vision, it's like, well, how would Magnus pose this? Well, he would have the arms straighter, and the legs would be a bit straighter as well. And the back is actually not terrible. But yeah, because now that I see it through his eyes, it's giving me like enlightenment almost, and it feels incredible. That's why I would never want to delegate this, because it's like, this is so fun to learn. It's really like it is heaps of fun. So anyway, here's what Magnus would probably pose if I had to pretend I was Magnus Skeving, and if I was teaching someone how to pose, I would pick a different pose. So let's try it out. Let's see if we can put what I've observed into practice. But man, it's because I watched like 10 videos of that, and it's just, I just love it, dude. It's just the amount of care. It's just so respectable. Anyway. Lines of action. Actually, yeah, because Kovara just said lines of action. I am kind of familiar with that as well, because that is a principle with drawing. Maybe that's the reason why I've like accidentally linked these all together, because the more I think about all of that I've just explained, the more I realize how interconnected that all is. Because what I'm trying to do here is a bit beyond the scope of what I've ever tried animating before, which is why it's been hard. Like, this has actually been a lot harder than animating other characters I've tried in the past. And the reason why I've been getting flustered with it is because I'm actually not just trying to animate to one set of rules. It isn't just the 12 principles. It's the rules of how not how you should just pose a character, but how you should pose Gabi, and how you should pose it to look like an anime, like how an anime character should be posed as well. So it's like 3 converging rule books. You got the 12 principle animation rules, you've got the specifically rule book for traditional cell animated Japanese studios on a TV budget, which have their own rules. And then there's like the rules of a gymnast or sporticus, because they have their own movement principles as well. And it's like, oh my god, like that's actually quite a bit to keep track of. And yeah, lines of action, that's sort of I've heard about that in the context of drawing, because when you pose, that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to take this posing stuff so seriously, is because I know for drawing, because I know how to draw. When you're drawing a pose, having that line, the pose can't just be a pose that a normal human can do. In fact, a lot of poses in anime break the rules of human anatomy, but they do it to achieve an intentional, cool pose. Like, actually, I have a great example of that. I know we're going on a lot of tangents, but I've just been learning so much, and I can't not share it, because it's just, it all has to do with what I'm doing. But the, in Arc System Works, I've actually copied this pose as well for one of my thumbnails, which you might recognize. So this is from this is from the Dragon Ball FighterZ game. This pose is a great pose, but it completely breaks the rule. Like, you cannot physically make this pose in real life. It probably has a very strong line of action, or a curve of action even, going from this fist up to his closer fist, and a line straight from his eye to his hand. And it isn't just line of action, there's also just contrast and shapes. Like, that hand being big draws your attention to it, and the shape of the fingers in that arrangement, because I tried to remake this pose on Gabi's model, and that's when I realized that, wow, this is a great pose. Because what was the video I made where I like copied this pose as a funny reference? I don't want to open my stream, I want to open my channel. Because I tried to do the same thing, and it's like, oh my goodness, this pose is, it was on my latest devlog. Yeah, there we go. Can I get a close-up on that? Yeah. So that was done with the model as well. And this actually got quite a bit of views compared to my other ones, because it was a good pose. This one was not a good pose. So I know I'm taking this to my YouTube knowledge for a moment, but posing, that's the thing that's so cool, is that knowing posing doesn't just help me with animating, it also helps me with YouTube. Because I've actually tried to do the same principle on my thumbnails. And that's actually like, I can do that because I have an animated character that all the videos are about. So even here, like if you were to go through each of my thumbnails, you would notice that all the videos that perform the best have strong posing, like this one. She has this very distinct run pose. This one as well. Anything that didn't do well lacked that probably. Like this video, 80k in 3 years. It's like okay, but for my channel, it's certainly not the best. That's because the thumbnail has no character at all. And then this one, not a great, the pose is too obscured. It could be a bit better. But yeah, it's crazy how all that interlinks. It's all connected. It's the circle of life, guys, okay? I know I sound like a rambling crazy person, but I really do think that it's all part of like this cohesive thing. So, to bring it back to posing, like, just the thoughtfulness Magnus puts into his posing, I think the reason why it's so cool is it's the same thoughtfulness that the animators at whatever the studio, I think it was Toei Animation that did Dragon Ball? It's the same thoughtfulness they would have put into every keyframe, because by virtue of it being hand-keyed, they have to put thought every keyframe, which is why it looks so good. It's what gives it. That's why I'm trying to make an anime game and not some Rick and Morty style game, because that art style I just completely hate. The adult cartoon style, because that to me that doesn't follow any of those rules at all, and that's why I really don't like that style. I don't know. Maybe that'll become a thing someday where everyone's trying to do like whatever this name of the studio, like the Netflix cartoon Futurama style. Maybe that'll become really popular someday. But for me at the moment, it's anime is sort of the style I really respect. So anyway, so yeah, there's just a lot. I know it's a lot to digest, but it's just so. To quote Magnus in that little video, it's really important, and it's like, yeah, it is really important. He said it best. It's really funny because I think half the comments in that video of him explaining it is just people like teasing him for his accent, and it is cute, but it's like, man, this guy is so like. He's the real. He was the original GigaChat, like for real. So, yeah. And a GigaChads, they think about their posing. Anyway, what's my record number of tabs in my browser? Oh, this isn't even all of them. You haven't seen anything. You think this is a lot of tabs? I have a whole other 2 other whole windows that I can't even. You know how it opens the little tab here? It doesn't even show it because I have so many. I want to guess my tab count is like at 200. I don't actually know how to check what it is, but my guess would be like 200. Mainly because I do need to organize it. I for whatever reason forgot bookmarks were a thing, so I just leave tabs open, and then I have my Chrome configured so that whenever I close and reopen Chrome, it just brings back the tabs again. So some of those tabs have been sitting there for like a year of stuff that I have to go and read eventually, and a lot of it is not. It's like stuff that I know I'll have to know, but I don't have time to read right now, so I'll just dock it in a tab and move on. But I should probably take some time to organize that stuff because it is getting a bit unwieldy. But yeah, I think a good half of the tabs are just Steam marketing stuff. Like, it's just stuff about Valve API documentation and whatever, like all this boring stuff that I know I'm gonna have to read. But yeah, you know, I do a fair bit of research. I do a fair bit, you could say. Actually, I'll do you one. Speaking of research, there is an animation we looked at last week where we did see how Sportacus lands, and I just gotta find which clip it was. I think it was this one. This is where he got the jump pose from. Okay, and also I'm just noticing all the stuff he explained in that video. I can see him doing it here. It's like you'll see it too. So the way he lands. If you go and watch any episode of this show, he always lands the exact same way every time. And it's so freaking cool. Because it's like, being a character, and this is something that I really take to heart, because one of the other things I've been busy with this week is I was invited on a podcast. And the guy, it was I think I'm allowed to say it. I think he's announced that he is going to have an episode with me of the Red Tunic podcast, and he said he had found my game because of the character, and he said, "Oh, I really like this character." And part of something that I've taken to heart a lot with Gabi is that I don't want her to just be this cute character, even though she is. But I don't want her to only. It's not just that. I really, one of the reasons I've spent a lot of time thinking about. I can't tell you what I've been thinking about. It's behind the scenes stuff, but I've been giving a lot of consideration and thought to things that you don't see on the surface about her. And the reason for that is because character, maybe this is why, I don't know, I have a very big obsession with characters, and I think it stems beyond just the design. Because this sort of stuff that Sportacus describes, this is beyond just good costuming. This is beyond just color choice and aesthetics. This is like the way a character moves and postures also communicates something. And how consistent they are too. Like the fact that Sportacus is always in the same poses, that says something about Sportacus. Whereas you have another character, like he even explains that people who have tried to play him will often break character when they think that, like, when they land and then transition to another pose, they don't maintain character the whole way and they break the pose. Robbie Rotten, actually, the guy who plays him, also, you can tell that he understands this too, because Robbie Rotten's acting, it's a different style than Sportacus, but it's the same rules. It's this, he has different poses, but he moves so distinctly that even if you were to completely silhouette him, if you were to rotoscope silhouette him out of the show, you could tell it's Robbie Rotten still, just from the way he moves. And there's something about it that is just like feels so correct, you know? Okay, this isn't the video I was trying to find. I was trying to find, yeah, it was this specific clip here where he starts his jump. And yeah, you'll notice that when he stands, his legs are always just over his shoulder width apart all the time. So when he starts the jump, I just want to see, because he does a bit of a twist here. When he starts, and then he should land. Because yeah, we did get this pose before, but I need to look at the end. Oh, it doesn't show the ending. Maybe I can use one of these. So you can see the rules in place here. So see his arms, they move up and down, but they stay straight. And his legs kind of stay straighter than I'm doing it right now. So I'll keep this on my other screen. Anyway. Cosmic says, on another note, I believe doing the right research and studying for animation makes all the difference. Well, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I agree. And I know, because who's that guy earlier that was like, why don't you just release it? Look, I know that it means that it takes more time, and I get that there are people that really want to play this game now, but let me tell you, if I rushed through this, and if I didn't redo the model, and I kept the old model in it, and I just rushed out a bunch of content and did it, you would get the game sooner, but it wouldn't be as special. And you probably wouldn't know, because you wouldn't see what's in my head of what I want. You would only see what I put out, and it would be less special, but you wouldn't even know it. You would think that you'd like it, but I know that the thing I'm trying to do here, you'll like more. And the thing is, you won't know until it's finished, but that's sort of what a vision is, right? Is that I have in my head, I know how it's going to make people feel if I make this choice or this choice. Thanks. I'm glad you appreciate that. I know that to players, they're not going to notice it directly, but they will feel it. I do believe that they will feel it. And I do think it's, I think that's, if I had to guess, we're going to go into a little bit of a different tangent here, because this is something I think you all believe. Maybe you haven't said, but I think a lot of people believe this now. Because I've noticed this sentiment, and I got this sort of idea on the podcast I was on when he invited me on. The podcast description for the Red Tunic podcast, it says the guy who's running it, he runs it because he's sort of cynical about video games, and he wants to talk to people in the industry to make him less cynical about where video games are. And I think part of the reason why that cynicism exists, like, you know how everyone kind of bags on AAA nowadays? Like, there's this archetype that people are pointing out of like the rushed out EA type people. You probably know what I'm talking about instantly. The Ubisofts, the EAs and stuff. Because I'll go through and read, like, I'll try and keep a finger on the pulse of like what big stuff is coming out. Even though I'm still pretty oblivious, because I don't play a lot of these new games, but I hear about little things like Forspoken or Exoprimal or whatever, or Assassin's Creed, whatever they're doing. And the common thing that I don't look into detail, but I just pick up on the vibe that everyone's just constantly let down and they're cynical. And I hear the quote a lot that it's like indies are saving the industry. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. I certainly think it's not all indies, because a lot of indies can't even really break in anyway. And I know that for a fact. It's so hard to even get recognized as an indie. But the ones who do make it, I think there's a sentiment I'm seeing where people are turning on AAA and they're actually giving indies the benefit of the doubt now. Because it used to be the opposite. Like 10 years, I don't know if anyone remembers, but like 10 years ago, indies used to be kind of like a laughing stock. Like no one took indies that seriously, because it's like, I think it was kind of associated with like Kickstarter scams. Everyone's like, oh, indie. No, you don't want an indie game. It's like some really unpolished trash. Unless it was like Super Meat Boy. But I think that was because at the time, indie meant the Steam Greenlight Unity games that had no effort. And then like Super Meat Boy and Braid, because that was like all there was. But I think now it's changing. And I think for me to feel like I deserve to be a part of that, it's like I feel like paying attention to this stuff gives me like a ticket, It gives me like, oh, like I can earn a place in this somewhere. Because I think if I didn't really think about it, that's sort of the attitude that I think people project onto the AAAs at the moment, where it's like 343 and Halo and stuff. Like there's even like, there's so many videos I see of like oh, the fall of Halo, what it could have been, like that kind of attitude. And it's like, this game studio that made it is so silly. Like, you guys have probably seen the same thing. And it's like everyone has absolutely no faith in these people anymore. Even though they have way more money and resources, like, they really should have the benefit of the doubt, because by all accounts, statistically, they are going to do better than anyone. Because they're, you know, they're well funded, they have lots of people. This is another reason why I think hiring more people is like a garbage, not good advice. Because if hiring more people was really the solution, Halo Infinite would not have, like, people wouldn't hate it so much. Because that had like 1,000 people or something, didn't it? It had way more people than Halo 3. But Halo 3 was better. I think a lot of people would agree. Like, the cultural impact of 3 was much greater than Infinite. And that's because you can't just add people. That's not how that works. But it's also, yeah, just the attitude. Anyway, so I'm rambling now. But I think you guys sort of, you get, I know that's like it's a very like cultural thing. It's a very like, not a technical thing I'm observing. It's a very much a sentiment amongst the gamers type thing. I don't know if anyone else has picked up on it, but that's what I see out there anyway. And that's the sort of stuff that makes me think that this stuff really does matter, because the kind of person that think it wouldn't matter would be like, I don't know, a big company that's just trying to get a product out. You know what I mean? It's probably a cynical way of looking at it. Maybe it's not true, but I think that's the sentiment that I'm observing a lot of the time now. Anyway, could talk about that for like a whole 2 hours, but we will. I need to kind of concentrate a little on this posing. So, the head. I don't like the neck, and the shoulders are too. The shoulders need to relax. Rashad says, "Cold keeping scope and Shrek and add necessary people for a project." Well, yeah, I mean, look, that whole thing is quite complicated. Because it doesn't mean that having more people is always... That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's always a bad thing, but it really does depend a lot. I know that it's bad for me. That's all I do know. But I can't make a blanket... I'm not going to make a blanket statement and say it's all the time, but it's just a... a lot of it just... Because game dev is so complicated. It really does depend. The belief I personally have is that it's like, you got to have the right people, not just an amount of people. That's why, like, you hear about games like Halo 3, Skyrim, Borderlands 1, Borderlands 2. Like, if you ever go and listen to the devs talk about it, they always say that, oh, I gotta give credit to the team. But that isn't just because it is a team, it's because it was the team. And that doesn't happen often, which is why Halo 3, Borderlands, whatever, are so remarkable. Because if every team worked out, then every game would be Halo 3, every game would be Skyrim, and none of it would be Skyrim. If everyone's super, no one's super. So it's like, it kind of has to be like that, but it means that the exceptional cases, it really does work for those people. Like, those teams are really good, but they aren't the majority of teams. That's like the small minority of teams. That's what I think anyway. But, anyway, I need to just, there's just something about her arms. Because maybe I need to go hunt for more Sporticus footage here. Because he doesn't show his, I need to look at the frame right before he lands. Not what, I know that his landing pose, he has this sort of crouched twist torso pose when he lands, but I need to see exactly what happens before the landing. You know what's funny is that this attitude of like AAA now that I see, I was listening to some of Magnus's other interviews, and he describes the same thing with television around that time. And he's like, the reason why I wanted to do Lazy Town was because I didn't see any good kid shows. Like, they're all just slop. I was like watching stuff with my kids, and it's like, what is this? So he's like, I'm gonna go make the most expensive kids show. Because yeah, this was like, for those who don't know, each episode of Lazy Town was like $800,000. But in American dollars, that would have been like 100,000. Adjusted for, no, it would have been $1 million in American dollars, not 100,000, because it was like 800,000 Icelandic or whatever, and which is like $1 million American, which is like way beyond the budget of most shows, kids shows in particular. And it's like the way he describes the details, because he actually has a lot of, because I've listened to a lot of his talks now, and I'm just trying to skip. Okay, he doesn't do a jump and a land in this one. Let me keep looking. I know that there is one for a fact where he does show how he lands. I'm just trying to look for it because I remember there's a specific music video. Excuse me. Maybe it is in this video, actually. Hold on. I have not paid enough attention to his jumps. I've paid a lot of attention to his push-ups, but not his landings. So I'm just trying to find... Okay, it wasn't this video. There is a... Maybe it's at the beginning of this other one. Sorry, I've got like 10 tabs of Sporticus open right now. But this rule he has of keeping his body straight, I picked up on that rule with his legs, and I noticed that he always kept his legs straight, but I didn't know he applied that to like his whole body and his posture. I didn't notice that bit until I watched that video. I think there's a specific shot around here. Oh, he's like off screen slightly. Oh, we can't see the rest of his body. No, I need to see. Okay, well, we can see what his arms are doing. So his arms are like this. Okay, that's all I need to know. Anyway, so Gabi's arms are too low. So they have to be up here. So, but yeah, the way he talks about detail, because there is a lot of detail in Lazy Town if you pay attention. And he actually has a whole thought out reason. And he says kids can notice these details and you can't cheap out with them. He says that a lot, and it's like, that's an interesting thought. Because I feel like that's partly why he's so loved and remembered, is because as an audience member, you feel you don't feel like you're being, you feel like you're being respected when they put in that amount of effort to impress you on something. But it isn't like an insecure putting in effort to impress you. It's like a confident, this is so freaking cool, watch this show, and we're gonna put in all this effort into it as well, because we really think it's worth all that. I think that's kind of what earns these things such praise and reverence. It's because when I watch this, I feel like I'm being treated. Because it's like, oh, he respects me, because he is going to put in all this stuff for me, because that's what it is for. It's for the audience. It's not for me specifically, but for the viewer. And I think I think that is exactly, I think, what it is that people are getting iffy about with AAA, is that people feel like we aren't being respected. They're cutting all these corners, and they think we're stupid that we can't pick up on this stuff, and we feel insulted, and they're going to charge us $100 for it. Because that's the kind of attitude I see a lot. Whereas then you take Baldur's Gate, that's kind of the big counter thing now that everyone's talking about, is like, that was the game that was the exception, where it was this big studio, and they actually treated it the same way that, you know, Magnus would have treated Lazy Town with all the detail. And I played a little bit of it myself, and I can attest that everything that people say about that game is true, because it is really something. The amount of like voice acting, how every side character has voice acting, it's incredible. So I don't know, that's just stuff I really respect. I think it's really cool. Kind of looks like a cactus pose. Oh, like the arms like this? Maybe. I'm trying to think. Let me look. I was sort of thinking that too, because I did have the arms bent more, but they have to bend. They have to bend at like 90-degree angles. I've noticed that every time he bends something, unless it's a curve, like when he's doing the back handspring, it's usually at like some kind of straight line 90-degree angle. So I'm trying to follow his rule book here. I know that gymnastics do have a specific they have a, it's called the motorbike landing, I think. I don't know if the pro levels do it, but I know that beginners, that's what they get taught, of like how to land. And it's a very rigid pose as well, and it's a lot of straight angles. I'll see if I can look up that pose. Maybe that'll give me a help as well. At least I don't know if that's the official name, but when I was 6 doing gymnastics, that's what they called it. So every time like we would do some move and it wasn't anything special, like a cartwheel or something, they would always yell at us, motorbike, to remind us to land properly. Let me search gymnastics motorbike pose. Yeah, it's sort of like this. I don't know if I think you're meant to have your legs a bit closer together, I think. Yeah, this is how they teach you to do it. That you have to have your arms straight like this. But I want the pose. Maybe we can look at some of this to also see like how they land. Oh, this is Facebook. I can't watch Facebook. I need YouTube. This is, yeah, sort of like this, but his arms are a little too straight, I think. But this is like, the reason why I think gymnastics is also a great, because this is like, a lot of Sporticus's rules derive, they aren't exactly gymnastics, but they derive from gymnastics. So I feel like if there's something Sporticus doesn't do that I can't figure out, then I fall back to gymnastics. Is there any like better examples? It must be a beginner thing, because it's like these are all children. So it must be something that the pros don't do. So it's probably something that's taught to beginners, maybe. Maybe they land differently in the pro leagues. But it's a good pose though. I do like this pose, especially with the body, because the back, the thing I like about this landing, and actually I have completely neglected, because the Gabi is meant to have a pose like this as well, and she has one, but I can now see there's probably issues with hers as well. Because one thing that a mistake I've noticed is that I bend her back too much sometimes. But you see here, the pose is still compressed, but the back is just straight. But it's because it's like, it's the entire pivot from the hips is going down. Not like that, because I think if you bend your back, you'll hurt your back doing that. I think that's why they do it, if I had to guess. I actually have a video saying why they do the motorbike. Okay, that's cool, but I will look that up in my own time, because I could probably go on a huge rabbit hole about this one pose. I'm trying to find just like more gymnastics. Maybe I'll just search gymnastics landing. Because we did look at Simone Biles, but she does too many spins, so it's a bit harder to look as reference, because she never lands normally. She always does the spin near the end, and it's, and I look up gymnastics landing, and the first thing that comes up is her, obviously. So that's just great. Because okay, well maybe, nah, we can't use that, because she's like halfway in a flip. Yeah, I just need one for the landing just without flipping. And this is something I want to use later. I'll keep this open for later. Because remember how we were talking about her double jump flip last time? And I remember saying that it looked strange with her double jump, with Gabi's double jump. It looked too circular. Someone pointed out it looked too circular and it looked strange. And I agree, it does. And I've been trying to think of like, well, what would work instead? This is a backflip, so it's a bit different, but something along this line. You see how she keeps her legs perfectly straight through this flip? It's a bit different than the flips that I'm used to seeing, so it's like, that might give us some hints as to what it should look like. So yeah, a lot of these are hard to just emulate, because they like animation cancel themselves. You know what I mean? So anyway, I'll leave open this flip pose, because it's actually pretty cool. Oh, I've lost it. Where'd it go? It was right here. This is a good example. Anyway, I guess we'll just stick with this clip for now, because just the top of Sporticus's head. That's kind of all we have to work with now. But I think that should be enough. Pole vaulting. Oh, good point. I'll look that up. That sounds, I feel like I know what that is, but I can't remember. Did we look that up? I think we did look at this last time. Oh, no. Okay, we haven't looked at this yet at all. Okay, we haven't looked at this. This is like not gymnastics. This is like a completely different thing, but it's got the same... Oh, unlucky. Oh wait, he stacked the landing there, but I guess people... Well, did they land on their feet in this? Is there something where he lands on his feet? This is freaking cool though. Oh my god. Okay, that's not quite the landing I want, because they have to land on this pad, so they probably all land on their backs. And cats, they don't do that. Cats land on their feet. Is there... The posing for this is pretty cool, not gonna lie. It's I'm just looking at that oh, this is 2 hours long. Okay, no. But just that thumbnail, the posing on that thumbnail looks sick. Like, do you see how he's compressed up into a ball? It's cool. I like it. The physics of pole vault. All right, let's skim through this and see if we can find a good land. I think, yeah, I'm not sure. This is cool, but I don't think we're gonna find what we want here, because I don't think you could physically land on your feet doing this. It's just too hard. That twist though is really cool. That move is, the upwards motion is sick, but that's not what I want right now. It is freaking, it's so cool though. I need to rewatch that. The posturing here is so neat. Well, I'm really tempted to now add pole vaulting, but I'll have some restraint. I can't go there, but okay, I don't think it's gonna give us the landings we want though. But it's freaking, yeah. Maybe we could borrow some of this maybe in the double, because the way that they compress and then go back out again feels like a good shape to base off for a double jump, where it's like she jumps, compresses, and then goes up again. But yeah, I guess they don't have to land on their feet, which Gabi, yeah, if Gabi wasn't half cat girl, we could do this, but I think people would laugh. They would point and laugh if Gabi didn't land on her feet. They would go, "Oh look, a human. Let us point and laugh." That's what they would do. Or they'd leave a Steam review saying, "I thought cats were meant to land on their feet. Thumbs down." That's probably what'll happen. So we can't. As much as cool as some of that stuff is, it's like we can't use that landing. But yeah, I am feeling though a lot more, because to be real, I have been getting a little tired of animating. But now that I've been like looking and researching more, I feel like a little reinvigorated, because it's like, oh, I know what I have to look out for a little better now. Like I have less blinders on slightly. So it feels a bit, it feels like I'm less in the dark, which is cool. So you see here, I don't know if this will be good enough, but no, the arms still look a little awkward, but the rest of the body, you see how it's a bit straighter now. I do like that. But, it's just this, the angle of the elbows is throwing me off, and I think the fists need to, instead of being more out, they need to be a bit more forward, I think. We can't see all of Sporticus, but I can infer that the angle of his arms is different than what I have, which is why I don't like my one yet. But yeah, I feel like I'm starting to have some breakthroughs just with observation, because I think a lot of the game of like being a good animator is really being a good observer. I think that's really what it is. So as I feel I'm getting better at observing, I feel like, oh, and then if I can just put this into practice, I'll be a better animator. So it's exciting. It's just, yeah, it's cool, because one of the reasons I'm so excited about it as well is because when I used to teach animation, and when I was like in animation classes, you just didn't have enough time to like, because these courses would be like 6 months, and that's just not enough time to really get it. Like, that's enough time to get the basics, but it isn't enough time to, because you have to build like a visual library like for years of like what looks good, what doesn't look good. And you know what's funny is that people actually do that automatically all the time, but you kind of just have to get used to putting it in an animation. So I think that's why as well, I think getting this right is vital. Not just the model quality, but the animation and posing, is because especially with animation, the average person can tell when it's not right because they are looking at people all the time in real life and they are unconsciously observing. They won't, and the frustrating thing for a developer is that the feedback that we would get, the feedback I got on Gabi's old model was imprecise, but it's correct technically, but not for the right reason. Like, I'll just get people saying, oh, this looks jank as hell, man, this sucks, which it is like true, but it's like, well, it's not just bad because it's like there's reasons, and the average person is not going to know the reasons, but because they're unconsciously studying people all the time, they can at the basic level point out like, oh, this feels not right. So that's the thing. That's kind of why I'm trying to take animation for this model as opposed to the previous ones. I'm trying to take it a bit more seriously because I know that it's like the mistakes will be most noticeable here. So I just gotta look at this from behind. This is a bit better now, but the sides of her torso did look a bit strange. Or her back, maybe. Yeah, I think I got to adjust the back a little bit. It's starting to bend a bit. Needs to be, or maybe like this. No, that's not right. Like this. Yeah, I like this more. The back was starting to arch, and as Sporticus says, that's wrong. Can I get that clip back open? Because I love the way he shows it with his posture. In this little bit here, he shows exactly like how he has like the gamer posture. This I don't want anything resembling this with his back, and it was almost getting there. But yeah. See, this looks a bit better now. It's just with the fists, I'm just not exactly sure the angle of his fists here. Okay, the fists do have to come up a bit more, like this. Ah, much better. So it kind of resembles the motorbike pose a little, but it isn't exactly the same. And the shoulders look a little... I think those we're gonna need them helper bones to do something. There we go. Yeah, because just the sides of her, oh, no, it's... Well, yeah, this looks a little better now. Man, these helper bones come in so handy. Great. Let's try this out, because I feel like if I do over focus, I'm gonna lose my vision, and my eyes are gonna get tired. So let's see if I can just see how this pose looks when I put it in the animation blending. So we'll export that as jump, descent, moving, which I should... Oh, I don't actually have that on its own here yet, so... A motorbike with really tall handlebars. Yeah, yeah, you got it. Let's see. I just gotta make sure I got the right settings. I don't want mesh, I just want the armature only. Geometry, apply loose, primary axis. There's something in here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Y negative forward, that's correct. This looks good. All right, so this will, what did I name this? A underscore Gabi underscore jump underscore, no. Oh, jump, descent, moving. Okay, I was on the right track. Oh no, this isn't moving, this is for idle. Okay, I must have... this is not meant to be the pose for moving. It's meant to be the idle. I must have misnamed this. So I'll have to import that in. Animations. I have to open up in File Explorer. Model. I think it's this folder. Yep. Jump, ascend. Oh, I have a jump, ascend moving in here already. Oh, wait. Did I did name it. Oh, I did name it descend. Okay, I get them mixed up. Descend idle. Import. They say that you learn to see before you learn to do. That's true, Mad Goose. It's true. What about free runners, says AJ? Well, I'm kind of not, I'm deliberately not looking at free runners because it's different. Free runners have a different style, and I feel like it's sort of been overdone, and if you do anything that's resembling free running, people are just going to immediately think Mirror's Edge, and I'm not making Mirror's Edge, so I feel like that wouldn't, I don't really want to go that direction. And I don't know what it is, but gymnastics just jumps out at me as the most appealing reference. And it's like, all right, well, genuinely, that's what I want, so I'll do that. I don't know. Well, I do know, and now I know why it does. It's because of just there's something about it that does all of the things that I respect about anime, but in a different format. Whereas free running, there's a less the way that it is. The way it moves, a free runner moves, is different to a gymnast. It's a lot more free and it's less strict. And it doesn't feel like it fits my game. It just doesn't feel right. Like I don't know. I haven't figured out the exact way to word why it is, but when I watch free runners, because I think most people, when they watch free runners, their mind jumps to Mirror's Edge or Assassin's Creed. And it's like, what I want to do is I want people, when they think gymnast, they think Project Feline. Because I haven't really seen a game that has done that. So that's part of it, but it's also just, it's more attractive. I don't know why. Gymnastics it attracts me more as like yes, like it jumps out at me like, yes, that one. And I look at free running and it's like, that's cool, but it doesn't make me as excited. And I don't know, I feel like if you follow that kind of intuition, it's like a good idea. If you see something that's more exciting to you as a reference, even if it's not conventional and what everyone else is doing, it's like, well, if it excites you a lot, it's like, maybe you should give it a shot. And that's what this was going through my head anyway. So if I go to Gabi's jump, surface, traverse, jump, and... So the pose might break a little bit, actually. I thought it was this. Oh, it is this one, but it's got a lot of, it blends between these different poses. So it's this pose. Gabi jump moving. Gabi jump descent idle. So we'll change it to this for her idle. Gabi ascend descent idle. Yeah, now it's a bit different. So I don't know how this will look. So we have to see, because I feel like I'm almost there with it, but I feel like I'm gonna miss something. Actually, it's not terrible. I actually thought it would look worse. I need more air. Actually, I think the arms though it's just the arm placement is a little bit needs just to tweak. It needs a little tweak. But I do like this better, because before she had one of her legs up, which, I don't know what it was, it just didn't feel like in character enough. See, yeah, because you see how the old one is a bit more awkward? It looks like she's forcing that pose, whereas this one, she's still disciplining her body and forcing it into a pose, but it looks like the right pose. I know it's very hard to see, because it doesn't last very long when I just jump on the ground like this. But if I try and jump away from the ground... Oh, damn it. I know where to go. I need a bigger map. I think, oh, it's not... I keep trying to type in the exact map name, and I think I get it wrong sometimes. Oh, I swear it was called this. Interchange, block out. Oh, I had an underscore where there shouldn't have been. Yeah, there we go. I typed it in right. So I'm gonna get a lot of air. I'll turn on my little... I don't know if anyone's actually noticed, but there is a way in even in the older builds to unlock infinite double jumps. I think maybe like one person has found it. So I'll... Yeah, it is a way to do that, but I won't tell you. So if I jump off this building, you see how it just looks better? I don't know if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing, but it looks more disciplined. I know it's a little awkward because there's no secondary action, so we'll have to work on that next. And I think I already might know how to do that. We can actually reuse something from another animation to get that secondary, the hair and the tail, because it needs to shimmer, which it doesn't yet, which is why it still looks a bit strange. We've got to get that shimmering, and for whatever reason, the game's frozen. Okay, there we go. Let's get some air. So once we get that shimmering in, and I think the only thing that's kind of bothering me is that the arms are a little too straight. Like it looks like our arms are like it's like they're bending a little the wrong way. Like they're bending the opposite way. Maybe I could move the arms a little higher and have that just a little bend in the elbows, because I think it looks like it's bending the opposite way. You know when you really bend your arm really straight and it looks like it's bending the other way? That's sort of how it feels looking at this. Look at this from a different angle. Let's get this from the side. But it looks like she's gonna land more balanced compared to how it was. And I like that. If we compare this to her older one from just a moment ago, we'll compare the two, and maybe you can see what I'm talking about. I think it was this pose. Yes. So if we do the same thing with the old pose, you see how it just looks, it's like, oh, she's, like, I don't know, that's the reaction I'm having. It's just this, it's just this like, I don't know, it just doesn't match. It's not incoherent, it's incohesive. See how, like, the fist and the bending, and she's like, like, this is like a Captain Quark. This is what Captain Quark would do, not Gabi. And the legs are a little... She looks like she's gonna break her ankle if she lands with that much force. And the tail does not help either. And her shoulders look too tense. I can see all the mistakes now. Yeah, like, try doing that, and imagine you're falling. It's so uncomfortable. I see it. I didn't notice it before, but when I compare the two, it's like, aha. Oh, that's why it looks bad. Like, it doesn't look as bad as her old one. Don't get me wrong, but it definitely doesn't look good. It doesn't look great. That's what we need. We need great. So if we go to back, if I change that back to what it was, to the newer one. Just to show you again. See how it just looks, there's still a little bit of offness with it, but you see how it's more in character? It looks like she's falling with style. Not just falling. You know what I'm saying? The legs, I think the legs really sell it. I was actually, okay, another quick tangent, but I learned something incredible this week that is actually something I've done by accident without realizing. This is more of a visual design thing. But I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, and he's trying to do his own little indie game project as well, and he's had this idea for like 10 years, and he really wants to do it. So I've been trying to bully him into doing it, because he's put it off for ages, and I said, man, you gotta start doing it. And he started doing it. He's playing with Unreal, he's getting the basics. I taught him how to like do some simple stuff, like how to, I showed him a few Blender things, like how to mirror something, and because he really likes spaceships, so it's very different taste from me, but he was doing some research on this other indie game that was like made by one guy in like 10 years, and it's really good. I don't know the name of it, but he showed me it, and it looked really cool. It was all sprites, but he's really into strategy games, so it's very much like a sprite-based combat ship space combat game, but it was all made by one guy. So I was like, man, that has my respect. And this dude went like down this rabbit hole. He has like a development blog, and he went down the rabbit hole on like ship design. And my friend was reading through his stuff and came across this design principle. And I know this sounds like a very big tangent, but this is relevant to Gabi. And he talks about this thing with spaceships called greebles. And if I search that up, is that gonna? And he has like, and it's based on some book that the guy had read about like design, where if you have anything that's sci-fi, a lot of amateur beginner artists will do this thing where they over design it and they add these little things called greebles, which are like little textures of technology that don't really make any sense, but they're just there to add detail. But it is not sensible at all. It just clutters up the design. And unknowingly, I had the same issue with a lot of Gabi's early designs with her suit. And like this sort of stuff. If you go back to my channel or even my website, and if you look at some of Gabi's old key art that I would use, you'll notice that her suit design has simplified over time. And that's because I didn't know what the name was for these until just yesterday, but I actually noticed the same thing on Gabi's armor and deliberately simplified it because it looks better. Sometimes less is more. And there's an example from that guy's game. I don't know if I can... I've got it on my phone. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. But he had an example with like spaceships for this dude's game, and he like had simplified the design 3 times, and it looks so much better at the end. Let me just see if I can get it open, because it's brilliant. So I don't have this on my computer, but I just have this here. I don't know if you guys can see that. Is it gonna focus? I don't think it's gonna focus, but you see how like as it goes left to right, it just gets simpler. Like you go here, it's so many greebles, and then as it progresses, it gets less greebly. So the reason this is relevant to Gabi is that I did the same thing with her armor without even knowing, and that kind of stuff, design-wise, is good. It makes it simple, but it also actually has benefits for animation. So when I look at her falling, to bring this back full circle now, when I look at her falling, because one thing I really like is because I actually have made the suit simpler, just looking at like the posing and the movement of her legs looks more appealing to me now. And that's actually because not only have I kind of reshaped the armor, but I've taken away detail. And I actually like looking at it more. And it's just cool, because some of you might remember, it's gone through a few different versions. And there was one of the versions before this revision is that on the back of her calves, she used to have these little capsule things poking out of her shoes. And I remember adding those because I just thought the shape was cool. But as I kept drawing the character over and over, I was like, I'm so sick and tired of drawing these details. I'm just going to get rid of them now because I'm just tired of it. And then it also plays into the art style better because in anime, they would also get rid of that stuff because it's more expensive. So the cell animators would... That's why if you look at a lot of good anime characters, they all actually have quite simple designs. Like Goku is very simple. He doesn't have any greebles. Same with the... who else? There's a lot of like, yeah, very iconic characters that are just simple. Because it's just more expensive to add all those extra details. Like Studio Ghibli characters are actually an even better example. Because they actually just wear like sackcloth most of the time. Like Chihiro from Spirited Away has like no... I know it's like a different genre because it's like it's more contemporary. It's not sci-fi, right? But I think you can add greebles to like even old looking stuff like this. And if you look at actually how everything's done, like that vest that this dude's wearing. And I'm going, like even this robot dude, you could add a bunch of greebles to this, but they didn't. They deliberately left it very simple. Same with this costume. You could add buttons to this dude's vest, but they decided, you know, no. They just went, no thanks. And it just looks better. So Anyway, that's just something I learned that I thought was really cool. Thought I'd share it. Because that's, I kind of really apply. I've also applied it to even not just her suit. Now that I think even further back, her actual, some of you actually might remember very old art of Gabi. And also, I just noticed that part of her headphone, I need to turn her headphones off because it's going to clip through. But you'll notice, some of you might even remember that actually Gabi used to have an earring in her ear. And yeah, part of the reason I got rid of that as well is I was just sick and tired of drawing it every time because it was just such an unnecessary detail. I'm like, you know what, this isn't really necessary, so I'm going to just cut it out. And I haven't looked back since. I've also actually taken out something else that maybe some of you haven't noticed. I'm just trying to minimize some of these tabs real quick. But you might have noticed as well that in even artwork I have on the website, she actually has like a tuft of fur inside her ear, which I've removed for the same reason, because it's just like, I kind of don't feel like adding that detail in. It doesn't really make a difference, so I'll just get rid of it. So I've simplified the design as well in that regard. But anyway, yeah, I know it's more of a character design thing, but I think character design, you have to design characters for animating if you want to get this look. So I feel like it's sort of good to mention that as well. Okay, I just want to be able to see. I've got the undersuit layer on now, so I can see her legs a bit better. So yeah, I just need to the arms are a little hyperextended, so I just got to bend this a little bit the other way. But yeah, Greebles. You guys should look that up sometimes. There's probably heaps of examples out there on it. It's so cool. Especially, yeah, if you're doing like props, like sci-fi props, like guns or whatever. Because I know I used to do the same thing too, where if I designed like a weapon or a gadget, I would kind of overdo it. So, Greebles. Coca, that's a cozy username. It says all the flips are so cool. Thank you. I hope. Oh, well, that's what I hope so. I hope they're cool. I think they're cool. Nebulosity says it wouldn't also be a waste of strength to bend one leg like that. I think so. Yeah. I don't actually know what the rules are for energy or balance because I'm not. Do I look like the most athletic guy? Probably not. So I don't really know what the whole thing is. But just by observing how other people move, it's like, I know, because I have a natural thing where I'll want to bend one of the legs. I don't know why I have this tendency, but I've had to train myself out of doing that because none of the reference I look at will do it. So it's like, okay, I should probably stop doing that. So, yeah, it probably has something to do with energy, balance, something along those lines, I'd imagine, but I actually don't know. Would the fall tilt depending on the movement? I think it would twist, maybe, but that's something we're going to do. Someone told me to look at animation layers, and I haven't had time to look at that yet. But my plan is to research animation layers and see if I can add that tilt in Unreal with animation layers instead of having to hand do it here. I don't know if I'll have luck with it. I don't know if it's gonna ruin something, but it feels like the right call. It seems like a sensible thing, so I'm gonna let animation layers do that. And all I essentially plan to do is just, like, let's say she's falling like this. I just like twist her torso and her hips, and maybe bend them a little. Like I would just move these bones and nothing else. Maybe her hands as well. And that's all I would think to do. Same with the running or the walking. When she's like turning, I would maybe like just lean her thing over, and I would probably keep the rest of the keys the same. I hope it's that simple. I actually don't know, but I hope it is. And yeah, I wanted to move her hands just a little bit higher up, like this. Okay, I think I like that. So what we'll also try and do before I export this new version is I need to turn off some of these bones because these are getting a little ridiculous. So I'll turn off, oh actually wait, let me undo that. I just accidentally keyed all of them. I didn't mean to do all of that. Let me hide some of these bones because it's going to get a bit clunky. I'll just keep on the essentials right now. And oh, what? What did I just do? Okay, I think I must have just hit a button. So what I want to do now is this is where the other rulebook, we're going to switch rulebooks. We're looking not at Sporticus now, we're looking at anime movement. Because to bring back the Dragon Ball example, I had a clip of it. I don't know if I still have it. It was we were looking at all the character select screen, because this is where the other rule comes in for anime. We're now going to do this thing where we're going to keep her pose static, but we're going to move her hair and her tail sort of like this, the way they're doing in this movement. So she's going to maintain that same pose, but her hair is going to blow in the wind. So this is where like limited animation, and I mean limited in every sense of the word, limited poses, limited movement, limited interpolation. All of it is limited. Not just the interpolation, but everything. So to get those rules, to stick to those rules, yeah, we just gotta. I think I accidentally figured this out last week, and I didn't realize that was what limited also meant. So now I do know that. So I need to go to. There's another pose I have already, which has this movement animated in, and I'm just going to copy the movement to this one because I think it's going to be mostly the same. I think it was Ascend. Was it this one? It might have been this one. But I want to use, and even this, I think I want to change this pose so that both knees are straight. But we'll get to that when we get to that. It was the idle ascend. That's right. It was this one. So this, you see, I've tried to follow the rule here where her pose is static, but just her extremities will move. So her ear moves, her hair moves, and her tail, and her whiskers actually should move too, but they don't. So I actually let's go and do that while we're on the subject, because I totally forgot I had rigged these. So yeah, we should actually get some movement there. So let's go do that. I do need to modify the model of the whiskers, but the rig we can use the rig. It's just I need to make the whiskers spread out more instead of being in a straight line. But I can edit the model. I don't need to change the weight painting or anything to achieve that. So we're just going to pretend like they are the final versions of those models, and we'll animate them to sort of wave back and forth. That's what I'm vibing. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the whiskers should just do this. And I just have to rotate this one bone like this, and then we get to the next keyframe. I think it's frame 8. I thought it was frame 8. Oh. Wait, what happened? Why is nothing moving? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's frame 4. My bad. We'll go to frame 4. We'll just rotate it the opposite way. And then we'll loop this from from 0 to frame 8. Oh, and now we're gonna limit the interpolation. So we've limited the movement, and now we're gonna limit the interpolation. There we go. Except it's still doing it on the other side for some reason. Constant. There we go. And actually, no, her whiskers shouldn't bend outwards. They should... I see it. I do have a posing problem here now. It shouldn't bend out like this, now that I think of it. It should... Let me copy the keyframe from frame 0 to frame 4, and then we just need to bend it back more, not forward. Like this. Okay, that's a little too much. Maybe a bit less. There we go. Now that moves like anime whiskers would move. And they move actually... Oh, actually, no, they move down. I didn't mean to do that. Let's try that. Oh, I need to, it's the blue line. I keep hitting the red line. It's the blue axis. There we go. Now they move. Limited animation. So I know I think I spent like 20 minutes trying to explain this last time, but now I think I get it now. That's the way it has to move is like this. And that's actually kind of neat. It means that the actual animating keyframing work is actually less than a Spider-Man type character. But it means that you have to kind of go out of your way to make it... There's extra effort you have to kind of do to make it look low effort. Isn't that funny? Because that's kind of technically what it is. Because it's deriving from anime studio techniques. And it's basically just to save, to cut corners. That's what they're doing. But in this case, I'm trying to cut that corner on purpose to look like how the cell animators would cut corners. Which actually means more work for me in one sense. But it also means less work in terms of like keying and curves and whatever. Because to move that, I just have to do that, and that's it. So I'll copy everything except the body. That's what I want. Actually, I should just be able to copy all of keyframe 4, because the actual whole body has no keys. The only thing that moves is only keyed on keyframe 4. So we should just be able to copy that entire thing and go to whatever it is. The thing, the descend, and just paste it. That should be it. And the movement should be roughly the same. Yeah, so you see how the same bits move? But we're gonna get the interpolation, of course. So it actually... Oh, I didn't get the hair. My bad. But the whiskers now have the same, and the ears have the same animation as well. Oh, I totally forgot. One thing I also tried doing is that I tried editing the normals and geometry of the ear slightly. Because I had this issue... with the, if you look at the version in Unreal that I have currently, it's more obvious. If we look at Gabi's model in Engine, there's actually an issue I noticed with her ear. And I've had to do some changes to it. You'll notice that if I look at her ear from the top, you see how like the skin has this sort of arc shape? It looks like the hair is clipping into it. So to fix that problem, I've remodeled the ear slightly. I was just working on this morning. Where now I've made the ear more flat instead of concave, so that when you look at it from the top, it doesn't look like it's clipping. So it's a little cheat. So now the ear is actually flat. It has the actual geometry is just flat. It doesn't have any indent at all, but it looks better. So that's another little change I totally forgot to mention, but I did that as well. So yeah, you can see it. I haven't imported that change yet, but it'll make a big difference when you look at the character from this angle. Which in game you will look at her from this angle, and her skin is going to look like it's glitching through the hair, and it's like, ooh, oh, that's not so good. Anyway, there is something a little. I think I made the hips a little. Ah, that's better. The hips looked a little too bent. It's fixed now in a straight line, as Magnus would say. What you have to do is have it a straight line. I've got like burned into my memory now. So I gotta get her hair keyframes. I totally forgot her hair. So let's go back to ascend idle. And we'll copy all of keyframe 4, because I gotta get the hair movement. And then we'll go, we might actually have to adjust the hair a little bit because she's falling. So the hair might actually like have wind going through it maybe. Descend, jump descend. Oh, okay, I had named it. I need to rename this to idle. So we'll go keyframe 4, paste. Why is the hair not moving still? Oh, because I haven't keyed the hair. And I need to. I haven't copied the first keyframe, so it's gonna look weird as well. Actually, I just noticed that. So I need a way. So I have to make sure the hair is also keyframed here, because it won't paste it unless it's keyed. Jump, ascend, idle, copy, descend, idle. Paste. Yeah, now the hair has the movement, but it's gonna look strange at the moment because it's lerping from its default rest pose. So you can see frame 1 is not, doesn't have all the stuff I need. So if I change this to constant, it'll look a little better, but it's still... I mean, this gives you an idea, kind of. Actually, the hand movement is not actually too bad, but it does look a little robotic. And the tail looks kind of awkward. So we need I need to figure out a way to just copy everything that isn't the body. So I'll unselect, I'll try to carefully just unselect, turn these bones just off, and only leave behind everything else. So I think it's just these. So let's give it a shot. So if I go to jump, ascend idle again, and just copy only this stuff. Descend idle. Paste. Aha. Much better. So the posing here might not be exact, but we'll give it a shot anyway. Just to see if the general idea we're on the right track. So I'll just try this in Engine just to see how this looks. So if I re-import. There we go. You see the pose has changed slightly. Oh, I need more air. Okay, the hair, I don't like the hair posing. It doesn't look good on the it looks good from the side, actually. I do like it from the side, but it needs, it isn't quite... Oh, there's interpolating. That's why it looks strange. I think that might be Unreal. Unreal's doing that, so we gotta tell Unreal to cut it out. Unreal, stop it. There we go. Oh, sorry, I haven't been checking chat. I've just been in the zone. Greebles isn't really a term that applies to human design. Well, not exactly, but I'm thinking more of like her suit, because that's like kind of her suit design. It's gonna sound a little crazy, but her suit design was in part inspired by cars. Like just looking at how cars, like the whole outside pieces, the body pieces, and like the seams on them and stuff, and how they fit. So that's kind of why I sort of try to apply some of the same stuff to her suit. But you can see here, yeah, you can see the hair flickering around, and her posture stays stiff straight, just like the Dragon Ball games. Which, it sounds so weird. It's like, imagine like, we need to keep the body stiff. We're animating it, but the body has to not move. Like, that sounds like so counterproductive, right? It sounds counterintuitive, but it works here. But yeah, I just from the back, I don't like the hair looks a bit too wild. I need to fix up the pose a little bit. So it fans out in a way I don't, it looks unpleasant looking at it from the back. I don't like it. But I think I might want to move on to something else, because I can come back to that later, I think. I just want to see if the general vibe is something I'm vibing with. Because I think the actual posing and everything else in the tail, oh, actually the tail, I don't know, does the tail need to be a bit different? We'll open up the big map. Should her tail stick up? Well, not really. It's sort of like saying, shouldn't your legs stick up when falling? And you would think, well, no, because that would hurt. The tail is sort of like that. A mistake that I made in Gabi's first model is that I treated the tail like a physics object, and it kind of isn't. It's a limb, and you have to treat it as such. So you'll actually notice that the way I've modeled her tail is actually a little different. I've actually changed the proportions of her tail to be a bit more realistic. I'm just going to try and look at the jump animation again real quick, and then I'll show you the difference. Because in the old model, I made the mistake of having the tail as an afterthought, because her original design did not have a tail. And I don't know, last minute when I was doing the model, I was like, this really needs a tail, and I added one. But because I just added it without thinking, it was bad. The implementation was pretty bad. Okay, I really dig this pose. I just don't like how it looks from the hair from the back. So with the tail, let me save my changes here real quick. Because the tail is a limb. If you actually think about a real life cat, they actually can't bend their tail Like, they can bend it vertically up, and that's the most they can go. They can't actually bend it to be flush with their back. Like, the muscles and the bone physically can't do that. So if we were to have her tail point up like this when she's falling, it would be flush with her back, which would be anatomically incorrect. And it sounds like you're probably thinking, oh, come on, Ray. The entire character is anatomically incorrect. And sort of. There are rules, and it does break rules sometimes, but it doesn't just break them for the sake of it. So it does break the rules in the way that an anime character breaks the rules of anatomy. But if you guys remember my modeling streams, for those who were there when I was modeling this thing, I paid very close attention to her shoulder and knee joints to make sure they were anatomically correct. Because anime actually does respect those things as well. Now, when it comes to cat girls, I know it's a bit different because they don't exist. Except for Gabi here. She's real, but the other ones are all fake. But the you might say, well, how do you make rules for anatomy for just Gabi specifically? And it's like, well, you can look at real cats as an example and try to extrapolate what the rules are for cats onto what Gabi's rules might be. And I'm just making sure I've got the right bones turned on real quick. And I just want to save this file before I open. I want to open her old one and show you why we're not going to move the tail up, because when you see it, I'm just giving you the backstory, but when you see it, you're gonna go, oh, and you'll know what I mean. So let me just save. I just want to say, I always like saving it in this rest pose, just so that it's like, when I open it again, it's like fine. And actually, it's better if we look at this in the idle pose too. But if we, where's our old, this is our old model. So let me, it's obvious when I show you now. Look at that. It's, yeah, you could tell that I didn't think about it too much here, because her tail is sticking straight out. The thing is that is actually the most you could physically stick it out. But if we go and try and hunt down a pose, like her old falling, this is her old posing. Oh my god, this is awful. Sorry, if I have a reaction, yeah. Oh my goodness. Anyway, sorry, I'm having a bit of a reaction. I haven't looked at this in a while, and I'm just, oh, this is bad. Anyway, so you see how her tail is, it's actually, her bone would break off if you actually tried doing this. Because the actual anatomy of a spine, because it's meant to be the same thing. Your tailbone is meant to be connected to the spine, not protruding from the spine. And I made the big mistake here. This is her old falling pose. And you can see the mistake. Because this makes no sense anatomically. Whereas instead, just with the way I've T-posed the model even, if I change this back and we look at her new one, you can see the way I've even modeled it. I haven't modeled it straight out. I've actually modeled it so it's sticking out of the spine. It's actually, if you look at the deformed bones, they follow the spine because it has to. And if you look at the way her tail moves now compared to before, it looks, I mean, I don't have to tell you, you'll see it. So watch this. Let's try and move her tail. So maybe, I don't know, maybe you mean like this, but it has to connect to it has to have that curve with the spine. I just don't really know if I want to do that. Because Sporticus's rules, if he had a tail, he'd probably keep it pretty disciplined and straight, I'd imagine. But that's the most we can curl it up on her old model, or on a new model, sorry. If we go to the old model, we can do this, which you can just see it. It's like, oh, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. This is cringe. Whereas this is like, it's still pointing up, but it's connected better. And because of the way I did this, the actual bone gets loose from its socket all the time, which was also a bug that was, I don't think anyone actually noticed, but if I showed you on a frame, you would see it and you'd be like, ah. But you see how this tail movement just feels, having it go up just feels like, it'd be like if my shoulder could bend over this way. You know, it's like that, or if I could bend my elbow backwards. Like that, it feels like, oh, this is a deep violation of nature. That's how it feels when I look. I didn't have an eye for this back then, but now that I look at it, it's like, oh, I see the problem. And there was a picture that someone had sent me that helped me work this out. I don't know if I can type in the right Google search for it to come up. I don't remember what I typed in, but it's this like It's like a diagram of like a tailbone. I'll show you the exact like what's going on underneath. I just don't know if I can. I really should have saved this picture, but I don't think I did. But it was like for a. It was for like some. I don't know what it was, but it was for cat girls specifically. So I thought, I think what a cat girl tailbone. I'm trying to search that up, but I can't. Oh, no, that wasn't it. I'm trying to find it. It was like this very. It was drawn in the art style of like what you see at like a medical center, and it was really like realistic looking. But for the life of me, I can't find the picture. I don't know. Maybe it's not that important. The closest image I can find here, it isn't the same one I was looking for, but it was sort of like this. But there's a better, I found a better picture. So you see the, I mean, this sort of does the, yeah, you see here, actually, I don't even know if this is correct here. This looks wrong. But the, that's what I did before. That's the equivalent of what I did before, where the tails were two hides sticking out. So, could you actually, I don't know if you could bend the tail like that. I think it has to come out more, I think. I don't know. Look, I don't have a tail, so I can't say I have experience with my own tail, because I don't have one, but if I try to picture, because you know how cats are quadrupeds and they're on their back is always this way? Try imagine a cat, like her back is like this and the tail is, they always stick their tail up like this. Do you ever see their tail go this way? I don't think you do, right? I think that would be impossible. So that's what I'm trying to keep in mind with her tail posing, is that I don't break that rule. Because you don't want to break that rule. Anyway, I want to move on to another pose. We do have this other one that's similar, the descent moving, and this is for when she's falling while moving forward, because I do want to change the pose a little. We could try to see how it looks if we just maintain that pose all the time, but I don't know if I would. I have a feeling we wouldn't like it. But we'll try it out, because I feel like we might need two falls, one for like idle and one if she's like moving really fast. But I don't know what I would do for that one. But I just want to see how it looks if I apply both of those poses. So if I go to jump, descend, idle for both of these. So if she's moving really fast and it's actually not the worst thing, but it does look a little rigid. It could be the falling pose as well that isn't helping. Actually, it doesn't look too bad. Like, I'm just watching how she falls while moving, because that looks really good in an idle. Like this, but it's like, does it still look good when she's going forward? That's the thing I need to work out. And if she was moving forward, what would be the best pose? Like if she's got a lot of momentum, which I can be, I totally forgot. I buffed the slide, so you actually do get a bit more velocity. So I can actually build more momentum even more. I know people love to glitch this out, but I can now do it even more. So if I see how she falls, I'm gonna try and like get her up in the air a lot using this infinite jump glitch. Well, it's not a glitch, that's a feature. Yeah, so you see when she's moving really fast, it starts to look like she would hurt her back with just the force. Like the absolute inertia with her back that straight seems like that would hurt. And it's like, Gabi, I don't want to hurt you. So I don't want to do that to you. So I don't know. I might need more time to think up of a better, I don't have an image in my head of what I want for this. I just know I don't want that. It just looks a little too stiff. Maybe she just maintains the apex pose. Maybe that would work. Whoa, hold on. I didn't realize how much momentum I had there. Oh my goodness. I don't know if you saw, that was like so quick. That was a lot of speed. Look at that. Whoa, 120 kilometers an hour. I didn't realize I could go that fast. Okay, sorry, I just had to... Sometimes when I like have breaks, I'll sometimes just play the game. So I guess that's a good sign. But, yeah. So just to try it, what I might try is, jump moving. I think it was called jump moving. I'm gonna just try and see what happens if I have her hold this pose instead. I don't know, maybe I do want to change this pose as well, the apex of the jump, because it doesn't follow the rules. It breaks the Sporticus rules. So I want to see if I can come up with a better thing for that. It looks too Spider-Man. So yeah, we could have it so that she just maintains this not this exact pose, we'll change it to be a little different. But this sort of pose where her arms are behind her. And you can see it breaks the rules because her back is bent too much. Like the way the hips and back are, it doesn't follow the Sporticus rules. So maybe, I don't know, what do you guys think? Because I feel like the choice here is definitely not... This full pose is a definite no for the movement. It just doesn't seem to work. But the choice then we have is just having it so that it stays at the apex this whole time while she's moving, or making a separate pose for falling while moving, like a bespoke pose for that. I'm not quite sure. It's probably hard. It's probably a hard question because I don't have a good example of what a full pose moving would look like. But I guess it's a question of would a modified version of this apex pose suffice? I guess that's what I'm trying to work out. Maybe shorten the duration of the landing. Yeah, I do need to do that too. That's a good point. Actually, I do... Oh no, it isn't actually the duration, it's just the duration of the first frame that I don't like, but yeah, I do need to do something about it. It's just the duration of that first... Actually, it's not even the duration, it's the pose, because that pose breaks the rule, that's why it looks weird. That pose breaks... That's a good observation, but I think what you're really seeing, because it plays the same landing pose, or it's the same, the first pose, which is not that pose, not the motorbike pose, but the one right after the motorbike, that one, that's the land. And what you're probably seeing is that the first frame, the pose is wrong, which is why it looks like the fall is that's why the timing looks wrong, because the pose is wrong and it's hanging too long. So, well spotted. And I think it's probably not even it's just the posing is... We're breaking the rules. That's why you noticed it. See, yeah, you can even see the transitions even more awkward because her elbows like rotate. Yeah, oh man. See, like we're now... It feels like I have... It feels like I feel like when Mary gets the amber spyglass in Dark Materials and she can see everything. That's sort of what I feel like now after watching Sporticus teach me how to move. Yeah, it does. It isn't just for the moving, it's just for the normal landing. The landing just sucks now. Like it looks bad no matter what we do. So that's another thing maybe we could sort that today. Maybe we could do that next, but I don't know if I want to like continue on this line of the jump poses or move on to like a different thing altogether. Warami says, I remember seeing the animations of Gravity Rush and they reminded me of Gabi. Oh, cool. I actually haven't looked at all at Gravity Rush. I totally forgot about that game, actually. I have actually played it a while ago. I was trying to use it for like level design and texture reference, but that was like 2 years ago now. I'd like totally forgot about it. Maybe we should, yeah, maybe we could look at her as well. I remember, I don't know the name of the character, but she has a similar kind of, yeah, the general posing and stuff is similar. The only thing, because Gravity Rush is an interesting study, because I actually half like it and half dislike it. And the thing I don't like about Gravity Rush is the color palette. I really don't like it. But I like everything else about it. I just don't, I haven't played 2, but I've played 1. And it's just the green and brown. I am not a fan of green and brown. And yellow. I just hate those colors. Well, actually, in the right context, now that I think about it, because that's Felix's color palette, now that I think of it, and I like the colors on Felix, But I don't like how these colors look here, and I don't know why. But if we look up some of her movement, well, that's a good suggestion. I actually, just I don't know, the shading tones. I just don't. It looks sickly to me, and I'm not trying to insult this by any means. It's just my personal taste. I don't. This sort of green tint on the stone. I just don't. That was like the one thing that kind of put me off. I only ended up playing it because a friend recommended it. But if a friend hadn't recommended it, I would have skipped this game, just because of its art. But everything else about the art is actually cool. Like the way they do the textures. I really like the texture work, but I just don't like the color choice. The actual detail and how it's done, though, I think is cool. And I don't really like I'm not a fan of the physics, because they use a lot of. I mean, they kind of have to in this game because of the mechanics with the hair physics. But to me, it looks like Unreal. It looks like NVIDIA PhysX to me, and yeah, it's like, oh, okay, this was NVIDIA PhysX. I'm not even kidding. I think it literally is NVIDIA PhysX. Like that's I think that's the actual physics engine that they used. And I don't know, it has a look to it that I don't really like. But her posing, yeah, this is an interesting. This has some things in common with what I want, but for a different reason. This isn't really gymnastic, but I think the animators for this character, it's very. I don't know if dainty is the right word, but it's very delicate. So is actually the entire character design is also very delicate. Like the little spirals on her costume, that's very delicate, and the movement is very delicate and very feminine. I think that's what I'm seeing here, and it's. I mean, Gabi sort of has a bit of that as well. But I haven't. It's a little different. I think her name's Kat or something, isn't it? Something like that. And I think what I'm seeing here is that she's. There's a grace, but it's more. I want to say it's more like a swimmer, because of with the gravity mechanics. But it isn't as rigid as a gymnast, but it is dainty and delicate and graceful. So it has some overlap, I think, with what I want, but it's got a different, it's got a more adolescent, and I use that word because when I say adolescent, it's more like undisciplined. That's the word I want to say. Someone who has like, because I'm trying to remember, I'm having a bunch of memories now. You unlocked a bunch of memories now about this game, because the character is like very timid, isn't she? If I remember, like she's sort of kind of clueless, like everything is happening around her and she's like, what is going on here? And then she's like enthusiastically just tries to get to the bottom of everything. I can see that in her movement too. Like it's this very free, delicate vibe, which is some of that I want in Gabi, but for Gabi I want to twist it into a more rigid, disciplined. Like, you see how her legs are just bent? They're always bent. I think that works in Gravity Rush because it fits the vibe of Gravity Rush with the way her arms are bending, her legs are always sort of bending and going everywhere, and the run is it's not a very athletic run. It's like a I don't know. It's not a sprint. It's like a gentle. I don't know the word, but I think you know what I mean when you watch it. And the way that her arms and stuff are all kind of moving about, it's weightless. That's the word, and that's exactly what it needs to be in this game, because the entire mechanic is anti-gravity. So that makes sense. But in my game, I don't want it. So here's the thing, because we could borrow some things from this, but the thing I'm also trying to keep an eye out for is one thing I really don't like about platformers, except this game. This is the exception. It works here, but for a lot of platformers that I haven't liked, like when I just go on itch and just download like demos for platforms, one thing I hate is when the mechanics feel floaty. I don't like it. Except here, because they're doing that on purpose. When they make it floaty on purpose, it's different. But for a lot of the ones I see, it's floaty not on purpose. It's just like, it's an accident. It's just because they've used the default gravity and they don't know how to make it weighty. But when it's floaty by accident, it feels bad. And part of it is also with the animations too, because animations by default with Bezier curves, it does look floaty. So I want to be careful that I don't go too far in the floaty direction, because I do want Gabi to feel like an arrow, which doesn't feel weightless. An arrow is decisive and fast. And that's the attitude you should have playing Project Feline, is decisive and fast. It shouldn't feel directionless and exploratory. I'm not saying it in a bad way. Directionless isn't bad, but the energy I'm picking up on watching this is, it's not like a focused attitude with everything. It's a very exploratory attitude, which is not exactly what I want, but it's just interesting to, because I haven't looked at this in a long time, so I'm actually picking up on a lot more things than I had when I played it the first time. And yeah, actually, now that I think of it, the combat, her melee combat is almost exactly what I was trying to do. I didn't realize this, but oh my goodness, I think this game might have accidentally influenced me, because that melee kick she did, I remember I gave Gabi that same move and it just didn't work. It just sucked in my game. So I got rid of it, and I'm glad I did. Actually, wait, no, this combat is... Oh, this is actually similar to what I now have too, but this is a bit more weightless. It's slower. So it's similar, actually. Well, thanks. Who suggested that? Oh, sorry, the chat has just gone. I've lost all the messages now. Oh, sorry, I just saw your message, Cosmic. Sporticus is the Arc System Works of gymnast sports. It is, dude, I swear. Yeah, Meow, that's precisely. It doesn't look like she's in control. Even though you technically are. It looks like she is... kind of, that's why I use the word adolescent, because an adolescent, you're not at the stage where you're fully adult yet, and you don't have full control over... You haven't mastered a skill to the point where you can be in full control. Like, if you look at, like, Anakin Skywalker's fighting style between episode 2 and 3, that's sort of what I mean. Whereas in the first, this episode 2, he's a little bit more... a little bit less in control, but then by episode 3 he's extremely disciplined. That's what I'm trying to say. It's this sort of but it works for this character. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying there are times where it works and times where it doesn't. I think if I tried to do it on Gabi it wouldn't work, but on this character it works really well here. Also, these cutscenes are just a treat. But yeah, it's just sorry if we've been. I've had this clip open for a bit now, but I'm just seeing so much that I didn't used to see. That is kind of blowing my own mind even. Anyway, yeah, we've probably looked at this enough. But I wonder if do they show her just jumping on the ground? Maybe do they have any falling? Because you do fall a lot. So maybe if I keep an eye out for a falling pose that might be close to what I want, maybe we can. Yeah, like the jump. I just skipped it there. It's all everything I just said is all there in the jump. Not this side of thing, but when she just jumps on the ground. If you pay attention to how she moves, you see how her arms, everything just flails. Hold on, can I up the quality? I know it's really compressed. Let me up the quality. See how her arms just flail about? So that works on this character, but that's not. Yeah, you see, oh my goodness, I didn't notice this before, but it's actually incredible. This sort of that. So if we did that on Gabi, we're breaking. We can't. That'll break the rules. It's going to be out of character if we do that on Gabi. That's this is probably where this is where I get this idea of raising one leg. It's probably from this, because this also does it. Yeah, she leaps one leg and then the other leg, and I used to think that was like what I wanted, but now that I look at it, it's like the reason I think I don't want it is that the legs keep bending. Like you see like her, the bottoms of her legs here, when she's at the apex, the legs are sort of bending like this. And then she animation cancels and goes into this. And the bent knees, the bent hips, this is, it's what was the word you used? Not in control. She's getting dragged along, exactly. And I feel like in the story, that's what it feels like. She's getting kind of, because I remember throughout the story, there's like all this weird, wacky stuff that happens, and she is not in control of anything throughout most of the story. So in a weird way, I didn't even draw this connection, but that's like what real cohesion is when all of that matches. Like the story, her character, her movements, it all matches. And I didn't even see how much they matched until right now. Like, that's actually kind of incredible. Because that isn't an accident. I don't think it's an accident. I think, considering how many people worked on this, and it's like, there's no way that's an accident. Like, they probably knew. And I never noticed until right now. I'm just trying to keep an eye out for a... Yeah, a lot of the... Yeah, you see this jump is not... This is not gonna cut it for us, that jump. When she jumps off this. Yeah, whoa, sorry, I accidentally hit my mic. But the whole with the arms... No, we can't do that. I like the animation though. It's just we can't... It's not who Gabi is, so we can't do that. That's part of the reason why like I said earlier, I don't want to look at free runners, because they tend to do the similar... It's not exactly, but it's similar. The sort of, the body discipline is similar, which is why, I don't want to look at free running. I'm just trying to find jumps, just to jump on the ground. Just to jump on the ground. Like, oh, she keeps... I just want to see her land back on the ground. I don't want to see her do this gravity stuff. I just want to see a jump. I just want to see a hop. A hop on normal ground, because maybe there's something we can borrow and adapt, but we can't one-to-one. Because yeah, it kind of goes to show, because there's probably because I think someone else might have said that it reminds them of Gravity Rush before, and I guess there are some similarities, but it goes to show that when you really look at the detail, they're not so similar. Also, this is Din Pro. I recognize this font. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I always like to call out fonts that I recognize. Can they just do... I just want to see you do a jump. I don't want to see you do the gravity mechanic. I just want to see the jump. That's all I want. Yeah, I was not a big fan of the combat in this game. It's very, if you've ever, yeah, because I remember trying to play this combat, it was so, it made me really grip my controller hard, because it's like, it's intense, but not for the reason I want. It's just very like, please make it in time to smack this enemy before they move, and then she misses it and overshoots, and it's like, it's like very hard to control. I just want to see this jump mechanic, please. Can we get through the single 7-hour... Can we get through a single 7-hour gameplay of this and just see one jump without her doing the anti-gravity mechanic right in the middle? Oh, that's all I want. That's all I want. Ah, got it. We got one, boys. We caught a jump. Also, when you look at the hair in fast motion, it looks so crazy. Okay, let's slow that down. See, so I'm just going to say something here real quick about this. That you can see that there are some things in common though with the beginning of this jump and Gabi's jump, because what you're seeing here with that leg, the back leg extending out like this, that's like one of the 12 principles, right? Is like, you know, having squash and stretch, but it isn't all. It's also posing and posturing in the character that's also influencing this pose. Because, you know, there are some things in common here, but it isn't the same. Because she stretches her legs too, but her legs are posed still different. Like, they stretch, but they aren't like this. So that's what I was trying to say last week, that it's more than just the 12 principles. That's kind of what I was trying to... oh my goodness, look at that interpolating. That just snaps straight to that pose. So it looks... Okay, I see what they're doing here. I can kind of borrow the back, but the arms and legs, maybe the legs, but the arms are not. That breaks the Sporticus rule of like not being at a right angle, not being straight. But with this angle that have her torso being forward, and like we can take the gymnastics motorbike and take some of this and maybe create a good landing pose. So I will keep that open. But I know Sporticus, he has some... Oh, he's off screen here too. because I also need to just look at, again, Sporticus's land. Because there is a, he has his land when he has his feet planted, and that's not really what I mean. There's another, I'm just collating information here. I'm gonna do a remix of all three of these. He doesn't do the land in this video. I'm just trying to see. I did find this video that I haven't watched all the way through yet, but it had a lot of cool moves in it. It's very compressed. But I just want to see if he's got like a land. I know, I thought oh, okay, so this is a bit helpful here. You can see with the way he bends, so the difference between Sporticus and Gravity Rush, you see how her legs are just, they're way further apart, whereas Sporticus's feet are like touching. So that's a detail that matters. That says, and the knees will then come out a little, but the feet touch. And then he moves. Okay, that's cool. I know that the camera's moving, but I see what he's doing. So when he lands, his feet are in the same spot, and then he takes one leg out and moves it back to balance himself. Because he always stands with his legs very far apart. And then he does the hands and the torso twist. He always does that after, and then the head. He does that after every one. I just want to see if there's a full body one in here. So, this is so compressed. It's crazy. But this was, when was this uploaded? 10 years ago? That's cute. So I just wanna, because I think I did have on my list the land somewhere. Oh, it wasn't on the list, but I know I had to do it. So while we're on this obsessive rabbit hole on landing, we might as well, Gabi's land does need some work, so we'll get to that. I just want to see if there's any other full body. Oh, we almost had one there. Oh, that's the mute button. I want to go. Okay, he has his legs actually a bit further out, but he's coming out of a flip. But yeah, there's some things in common with Cat though, if you notice. The hips, the angle of the hips is the same, but the arm placement is a bit different and the leg placement is a bit different. I think that's enough to, I could probably work with this. It's probably enough. Let's see what we can do to Gabi. Oh, sorry, I didn't read your message there. Kenny, who says, there's a nice short video called Very Long Jump from Building. Yeah, that's a title, all right. That's a YouTube algorithm approved title. I'll look it up. Sorry, if I didn't see your message there, I was just sort of, I was in reference hunting mode. I almost forgot you were standing there watching me. Yeah, let's look. So is this lit? I typed in the title. I don't know if any of these are it though. You said it was a short video, and I can't. I don't know. Is this it? Are there any of these it? Her flying animations are a constant falling loop. Yeah, but the falling loop, it isn't just that it's a constant falling loop, it's that the falling loop is very loose. So it kind of works in Gravity Rush. Lean back for the landing. Oh, I wanna say no. I have a feeling that if you did, you would fall over, wouldn't you? I have a feeling that you wouldn't want that. Oh, did the link get swallowed? It's a shame that, see, this is, we had a few rants about this on the stream, but YouTube search has just completely deteriorated. Because back in the old days, i.e. 2020 or 2019, back in the good old days, you could actually type in a video title and it would come up first. But nowadays, oh my goodness though, what was that? Oh no, the shorts are getting me. No, this has been, no, that has to be edited. Something looked really wrong about that. Something, is it just me or does that look edited? Something about it looks like he's photoshopped himself. Like the pose doesn't look like the pose, I don't know, maybe. Anyway, sorry, this is YouTube Shorts. That's evil, we can't look at, so this is why I hate Shorts, is that it gets you so addicted to them. All right, okay, we're gonna close this. We don't need this. I think I'm set. I think I know what I need. So I think it's called Jump End, is what I've named it. jump, and we'll do idle first. So you see how this is the wrong pose? You see it? In fact, the jump the landing shouldn't even start at this pose. That's actually even, whoever said that the land was too long, what you actually saw was even more. What you saw, and this is what I'm now seeing, is that the start of the land shouldn't even be this pose at all. I actually even made the mistake here, because the first pose should actually be this. Because this pose is already there from the land. That's why it looks, it's not that it just looks too long, it's that it looks unresponsive. And I know it's a bit hard for you to see, but if you were here pressing the jump button, you would feel it. Because this is something I've kind of felt, but I didn't know what was going on, and I see it now. When she lands, you see how there, her body like extends and then reacts to the ground? So it's one frame, or 2 frames, if you want to count it by twos. So the first 2 frames are the wrong pose, which is why it feels laggy, because it's her still in the air. The first, she should instantly, the moment she hits the ground, be in the land pose, straight away. So that's where I got it wrong. So whoever first caught that, you actually were seeing 2 problems, posing and timing and more. So this is what I was trying to say like weeks ago with my old model, and why I think maybe a little more than half of the people didn't mind it, and they thought, oh, this looks cool. But then there was still a significant amount of feedback I was getting where people thought it looked kind of indie. Actually, yeah, like I remember seeing this because I made a TikTok account a while back, which you can follow, link down below, by the way. Please, I need more followers there. I have like 10 followers. Because I haven't figured out TikTok. I don't really get, I'm not in that culture, so I don't understand it. But I've tried posting a few clips of Gabi's mechanics there. And I think the only comment I have on my whole TikTok page is something like, the animations aren't the best, but this looks fun. And to me, that's like, I failed. It's over. Because that's like, who wants, that's not what they should be saying. And it's like, well, then I've done something wrong then. And looking at that old model, you could probably see more obviously now what it is. But you see, that's what I mean. Like when most people that aren't animators that see that, that's their version of noticing a bug or a problem, is saying, it doesn't look the best. Like the animations aren't the best. And if I had to if I sat them down in this room and interrogated them, they would probably not be able to explain it. But they would be right. That's the thing. That's the thing about feedback, is that it's like, you gotta kind of criticize your own feedback that you get. But you shouldn't argue and say, no, they're wrong because of pride. It's more like a thing of, they're right, but you have to mine for the answer. Because they do have it in there somewhere, but they just haven't, you know, it's just that it's not in a refined, it's with a bunch of other stuff that you have to chip away at to find the answer. Sort of like those little dinosaur toys I don't know if people used to buy these. I remember when I was a kid, people would buy these toys where it was like a dinosaur fossil, and you had to like, it came with like dirt, and you had to like mine out the dirt to get to the toy dinosaur skeleton in it. That's sort of like what feedback is like to receive, is you get a lot of stuff that's buried under something, and you have to kind of mine for it. But there is, if it's good faith criticism, then there is something worth mining inside. Anyway, sorry, I'm just looking at that blend space. So now that I'm looking at her land, I see violations. I see we have broken the rule. I see a lot of the angles are all wrong. Sporticus would be disappointed seeing Gabi's posture right now. So what we're going to do, we're going to cut out the first frame because we don't need it. We're going to start here instead, at this pose. Now this pose needs work. So her arms, it has to be like that. It can't be like this. It's wrong. Do I still have a? Hold on. I've got a few different windows open. Let me organize some of this. Get it all in one window, and let me just find a specific thing to pause on, just to study. So I'll pause here, and I'll keep that paused where that is, and I'll leave this for later. And I'll keep this on my other screen. Do you watch Stora? No, I haven't heard of that. I don't feel TikTok is too relevant to game dev. Well, that's what I used to think, but I mean, people are kind of, there are people out there that are like betting their entire marketing strategy on TikTok, and they're succeeding. So I feel like I need to pay attention to this, and because there was some, I don't know what it was. It was some parkour game. It was not quite like mine. It was, when I say third-person parkour game, it's really like the most different kind of interpretation of that you could possibly have to what I've got. Because the game was this like mocap Mixamo Unreal prototype, and more people probably know what it is than know about Feline, because I was looking at the stats on it, and it's like millions of views, and it's only been around for like a month. And I'm like, oh, Jesus. Like, what the hell on earth does that even happen? So I feel like I don't want to really get into, as a platform, I don't browse it, so I don't like it, but I feel like I would be shooting myself if I wasn't paying attention to it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it would be a smart idea to study it, even though I don't really want to, because I feel like to not do it would be stupid. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think, yeah, it is relevant, because it's like a lot of, I mean, yeah, and then there was some other thing I saw that had, like, they did their entire Kickstarter thing, and it was just on TikTok only, and they'd only been around for like a few months, and it's just like, whoa. So it's not that I want to chase numbers, it's a vector of attack to get people to notice you more. And that can, for the competitive scene that indie dev is, it's like something you should probably keep an eye on, you know? But I don't know. I'll probably need someone that actually knows the platform to explain it more to me, because I really don't understand it. I just don't get it. I grew up on Ryan Higa and YouTube, so I can just tell culturally it isn't quite the same as what I see normally. Even just the comment, when I read comments on TikTok posts from like other game devs, the comments that I see there are completely different to what I'm used to reading from you or anywhere else. So it's like, okay, if I do this, I have to like not look like a hello fellow kids type guy. You know what I'm saying? And it sounds weird, because I am pretty young. Like, I'm probably in that demographic, but I don't feel very young, if that makes sense. So it's like, I feel, in comparison, because it's mostly like, what, 13-year-olds or something. So in comparison, I feel ancient. And it's like, okay, I'm probably going to come off really weird if I go about this the wrong way. So, but with other platforms like Twitter, I understand Twitter. I don't really get Instagram, but Twitter and YouTube, for whatever reason, I've like figured them out. And I don't know why it is that TikTok and Instagram are different. I don't know what makes them different, because I seem to have like, I don't know what it is. I just don't really get them. I just don't get it for those. So let me just look at the knees and the hips. Yeah, see, the feet are also wrong. The feet can't be bent like this. It would not make sense. I don't know how far apart the legs should be. I'll try with them close together, but I don't know if that's what I want to stick with. But we'll try it. Short form content. I mean, yeah, that's a lot of people say it's where it's going, and I agree. I hate it, but I agree. AJ says, I feel like Feline gameplay would do well on TikTok. Well, here's the thing, is that I would think so, but I have not had any success so far at all. Because the same gameplay, I'll post little clips on TikTok and I'll post them on Twitter, and they do great on Twitter, but they get no traffic at all on TikTok. Like, nothing. Even though, and I'm doing all the things I did to learn my other platforms, I'm studying the hashtags in common that everyone is using. I'm studying how many hashtags, because that all factors in. Like, when I was learning how to use Twitter, I noticed that using one hashtag actually did better than using 5. I don't know why I picked up on that, but every post I would see that looked cool had like 2 max hashtags. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll use just 2 and see what happens. And it worked. I'm like, oh, that's great. So I went from getting like, I would get like maybe 500 views on a tweet to like 30,000 by just paying attention to that detail. But with TikTok, maybe I'm not paying enough attention. I don't know what it is, but I have not figured it out. So one thing I do notice is the music seems to be a very core part of the platform. Like, I think there's a certain algorithm thing you get where if you use a popular song, it's like it feeds into who watches it. The problem is that I have very different music tastes to the TikTok audience, because there's not a single song. I typed in like a few songs that I really liked, and I couldn't find a single one of them licensed on TikTok. And I'm like, oh, damn it. Because I know music that would match well with my gameplay, but it's not on TikTok. And it's like, well, I can't just pick rap. Like, I don't like that music, and it doesn't match what I want. And I feel like if I pick the wrong song, and that doesn't go, people can tell, and they go, "Oh, this guy just picked a trendy song. This doesn't." Like, I think the reaction you want is for the song to match so well with the video that people go, "Oh my god, this is cool. What song is this?" That's the reaction you do want. But I don't think the reaction you want is, "Why the hell did you pick this song? Or why this one?" You know. But yeah, that's all I know about it. But it's probably not enough to succeed. So I have to really up my short game, or whatever you call it. I'm just looking at, okay, the head stays level. The head doesn't point down. Use a trending. Well, I don't like any of the trending. They all sound terrible. So I don't want to, like, it's old stuff that I just don't like. And I'm like, it just doesn't feel authentic. It's just, I hate it. So yeah, if there was a song that was on there that I actually liked, then hell yeah, I'd be going all in. But there's maybe like one song that I know that's on it, and it's just Fireflies. And it's like, well, that doesn't really match my game. I like the song, but it doesn't match my game. Like, that doesn't go. Like, what you would want, I don't know, I probably need to find some kind of like breakcore, some breakcore song that I liked, and that was on TikTok, and put that in. That might, maybe I should try that out, but I haven't looked at the library enough to know what's there. And I feel like maybe one of the reasons I don't get TikTok is because I know that the way trends on TikTok, just from my observation, are like hyper trends. You know how there's reality and hyper reality? It's like there's trends and then there's TikTok trends, which are like a different tier of trend. And me personally, I'm not a trend rider. I'm not that kind of person. I don't know. I don't really value trends because I know, I've seen what happens to people that do trends. They kind of shrivel and die very quick, those people. And some people that's acceptable, but for me it's like, that's just a waste of time. So I don't want to just do what's popular, because I want to be thoughtful about it. So maybe that's why I don't really get along with what TikTok wants me to do, because I feel like a lot of it is trend driven more than most platforms, I would say. So maybe that's why it doesn't feel, because what should happen, I want to get to the stage where I don't have to ask questions and I just know what to do, like with YouTube or something. Like, I don't have to think about that stuff for YouTube. I just know what would work. But I haven't been able to figure it out for this other stuff, because I think it's just the ecosystem is not really similar to my experience. Let me just, I'm not liking these arms. I'm not liking the arms. I think the arms need to be not like this. I don't think I want them like that. I think the arms should be the motorbike arms. That's a good point too, Jaheim. That's probably another reason why I haven't spent too much time looking at it, because I also don't want to just be like annoyed. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be pestered as well. And yeah, I think it's a different kind of. I think the YouTube audience, or the Twitch audience too, even. I don't know what it is, but I do feel very lucky for you. I've noticed that you guys mostly in particular, like most of you in particular, seem to me like I understand what you're thinking more than what TikTok people think. And I kind of respect you more for that reason. Because I didn't expect this going in, but it's to the point where it's like, if I tell someone, if someone asks me something on YouTube or Twitch, and it's like something that's like a beginner type question, like, oh, why don't you just hire 10 more people like last time? The fact that I was able to answer that question and they listened and they went, oh, okay, I get it. That interaction, I feel like on TikTok that just wouldn't happen, if you know what I mean. And I don't know if it's just because of the short nature of it, but I feel like you can't get into things because I'm very verbose and I like to really explain stuff. And I don't think TikTok facilitates that sort of thing. It's like people just want a quick, simple meme one-liner. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. Maybe I'm just looking at the wrong places. But I felt very lucky with YouTube and Twitch that I feel like I can talk, like I can communicate back with people and that I'm not wasting time. Like I feel like it's being heard and it's being processed and it's like, oh, like they're actually taking in stuff. Whereas with TikTok, I don't know what it is, but I feel like maybe that's why I don't feel welcome, is that I feel like no one wants to hear that. You know what I mean? Like if I get badgered in the comments of like, when is this coming out? And if I have like a 10 paragraph answer, because it's not an easy question. Like it's actually a very complicated question, but I feel like people don't want a comprehensive answer on TikTok. They just want like a whatever. I don't know. I don't even know what they would want. Like oh yeah, I'll get right away, sir. I'll get that for you right away, or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that's what they want, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking at the For You page or whatever it's called, and that's only happening there. And like there are other niches of it that aren't that bad, but. Yeah, I feel like part of the reason why I kind of respect the YouTube and Twitch thing is because it's long form. So people are patient enough to actually listen to a long answer, because YouTube and Twitch, like I've seen live stream on Twitch go for like 10 hours and YouTube videos go for 5 hours, and it's like, okay, people have patience here and they will actually like take time. But I don't know. I don't know if that's a completely wrong observation. So anyone here that knows TikTok can welcome, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I really want to be wrong, but that's just from what I've seen. It doesn't seem very welcoming to someone that values like long form, complicated, nuanced stuff. That's just me though. But yeah, it is to go back to the beginning of that thread, it is relevant to game development in the sense that it's a tool, because I think a lot of people ignore that you actually have to market your game. Like it's the amount of people I've met and talked to that just cannot comprehend that people are not going to give a crap about you by default is astounding. Like in my local community, I don't interact with them much anymore, but back in the day when I was starting out, I used to like go to a bunch of events, and it's just like everyone would just sit and whinge all the time. They'd be like, oh, I posted one tweet and no one saw it, and they would just complain. And they go, oh, I made this really complex system and like no one gave me any likes for it, and they're like confused. And it's like, well, yeah, because you have to like make people care. Like you can't just brag. You can't just say, look at what I made. You have to actually like be interesting. And yeah, it was kind of like, that's why I even pay attention at all to stuff like that, because it's like you kind of setting yourself up for failure if you don't. So you gotta like you gotta I don't know what you would even call it, because I even don't really even like calling it marketing, because calling it marketing sounds corporate and very cringe, but it's not. It's more like advocating. That's the way I see it. It's like, if you really think what you're doing is that good, you'll want to talk about it, and if it is good, people will listen. But if you're like not, and this is what I would see a lot in my city, is that if you're not like, if you don't want to like talk about it, it probably means it's not good, because you're embarrassed. And people can pick up on that. So, and it's like a self-fulfilling spiral, and it's like you'll never get heard of because you're too ashamed or afraid or whatever it is to like share what you're doing. And then no one will hear about it, and then it's like it's a death cycle. And that's kind of where I see a lot of people go wrong. But anyway, but it's all, yeah, because I mean, what do you think I'm doing right now? Like, you know, I could just be doing this in private right now, but here I am. It's all part of the plan. No, I don't just do it for... These actually don't get a lot of views, these streams, and I do enjoy just sharing it. It also gives me a lot of practice too, just for my main content. That's kind of why I do streams personally, but yeah, that's part of why I'm also here. The culture here is more interactive and learning focused, maybe? Maybe, I don't know. I have heard of people using TikTok to learn stuff, but there must be something else to it. I don't know. Oh my god, what's this? Can I start learning 3D game dev with the specs? Look, but how do I pronounce your name? Look, Bahal. I don't really know what those specs are, but you don't need like a good computer. You can use a laptop. You know what I started on? I started on a 2007 Acer desktop, like that was this big. It could run Unity at like 10 frames a second, but I made stuff with it. So yeah, you'll be fine. That looks an i5, like that looks fine. Yeah, that's plenty. You're good. You can start learning. More importantly, you should be starting to make stuff. Not just learning stuff, you gotta make stuff with that. Yeah, you'll be fine. Anyway, so I guess, I don't know, that's all I really have to say about TikTok, because I know someone was asking. Oh no, I had auto key off, no! My bad, hold on, let's fix that up. Okay, auto key is back on. Sorry, I almost messed up there. I'm just I'm trying to look at my reference, and it's a bit hard with the, because I'm looking at this from different angles. It's kind of hard to tell what the back is doing. I think the shoulders, they gotta chill out, I think. I want to try and just tweak up the shoulders a bit. Where are my shoulder tweak bones? Oh, they're on these layers, that's right. Oh, that looks worse. Let's oh, no, not like that, not like that. Let's rotate you. Oh, you know what? It looked fine before. Let me try and if I can undo it. Or not. Maybe it didn't look so good. It's just the shoulders look a little... I don't want to make them too tense, because that's the mistake I made, is that they were too up. So I don't want to get them too high, but they're just gonna... And then, yeah, I think this is a better starting point now to whip out these. Yeah. Okay, that's much better. Much better. I just don't know if the arms are that... Should they be that far apart? I don't know. Maybe a little further. Okay. Let's, well, what comes after this pose? Oh, it just goes straight to the idol, straight up. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought that we had more in-betweens. I guess not. So, oh well, let's just see how that ends up looking then, because I feel like a land, we might not need that much effort for the land at all, because it's very quick. So we might just only need that one pose and that's it. Could be, could not be, but it could be. So I could actually just even make it one keyframe probably. If we make it 2 frames long, and we'll export that as whatever I named this, jump end idle. Give it a crack. Jump end idle. Do I have an idea where the game will go musically? I have lots of ideas on where it will go musically, but I have to consolidate those ideas. I actually have a Spotify playlist. Because I haven't like actually listened to Spotify in a little bit now. I've mostly been listening to just I have a different thing now called Music Bee, which is a because what I've been doing now, because I've started to try and like collect CDs where I can, and I have a small little collection now, and I just I rip them to the computer, I listen to them on MusicBee, and MusicBee is essentially like iTunes but better. Like it responds quicker and stuff. So I listen to everything offline. But when I used to use Spotify a bit more, and I did have a playlist somewhere of stuff that I was jamming. I don't listen to this as much anymore, but I've been. I'll link it in chat if you want to see for yourself. I think it might have been this play. I have a few different versions, but this one was like one of my favorite revisions of like music that I wanted to like take influence from. So I'll paste that in Twitch and YouTube chat for if you want to check that out. It's got like, it's probably not what people expect, I'll say. It's probably very not what people expect, because I have had a lot of people write to me offering to do the music, but I've never liked anything people have sent me, because it's all very generic. It's very like pixel 8-bit music or classical music, and it both just doesn't fit. And I don't know how to explain to them that it doesn't fit. But it's like, at that rate, I might as well just write my own music. Actually, yeah, that's another thing I totally forgot. I actually linked it in the Discord. I don't know if anyone saw this, but I shared as a little treat, because everyone kept posting so much fan art, and I was like, dude, that's awesome. So I shared a unreleased demo of some of my own music here. I'll paste this as well. This is something I actually made. For music of like it's a demo, so it isn't polished, there's no mastering or anything, it isn't even mixed that well, like the mixing and EQ is all a bit off still, but it's the general kind of direction of like what I want to go in. But it's probably not what people expect. I think everyone kind of expects me to do like jet set radio and 8-bit video gamey music, and I that's not really what I want. I want more of a 2000s kind of Owl City meets drum and bass. Well, actually, Owl City actually does have a lot of drum and bass if you pay attention to the backing track. But it's sort of a mix of that with like Japanese 2000s rock kind of. A bit, I don't know, I don't even know, because there's so many influences. Because I spend most of the stuff I do absorb isn't actually video game reference or even show reference. It's mostly music. That's kind of what inspires everything. So I have a big palette of stuff I want to let influence me, and it's mostly stuff that I don't think people would expect. It's a lot of it's like movie. I have some movie soundtracks, but they're not just any. They're not like the generic movie soundtracks. They're more like they have bits of electronic in them stuff, and what else? I don't know. I don't know even all the words for them, but I can hear if something sounds the right sound, I'll go, yes, that. But I don't know the wording for every type of sound I want. But yeah, very percussion heavy though, because I love percussion. I don't know why I like percussion, but I know it has to have lots of percussion. So in that little demo I just linked, you'll notice that I've gone like kind of very hard on the percussion, and the kind of not anywhere else. It's mostly just like the percussion, and then the backing track is kind of boring. But yeah. But I haven't had some demo sent to me that sort of had that same direction, which is why I just want to just do it on my own, because I know what I want. But I don't know how to explain it to someone though. I just know if it's the right sound by ear. Actually, Lazy Town's music is something I've been listening to more lately, because Lazy Town's music is actually pretty good, not gonna lie. Like, not because it's all sing-along type stuff, but they actually do have official instrumentals, and those are like kind of the same energy that I want to capture, but in a different flavor. But it's very high energy, fun, exciting, happy, optimistic. Like it's really cool. Anyway, did I export this? I think I did. Yeah, sorry, I got a bit sidetracked there. But that's a good question to ask. Music it's something I've given a lot of thought to. I just haven't had a lot of time to. I think I've made like maybe 20 test demos, but I haven't gotten anywhere near like where I want it yet. But in due time, So let me just, so we have, I think, yeah, this is the new land. Whoa, that was really quick. Well, firstly, I guess that's part of the solution, is that now it doesn't feel laggy, but now it's way too fast. It's really fast. We might need an extra frame or two, because 1 frame is too fast. Yeah. Well, at least it's overcorrected. So before it was too slow, and now it's too fast. There is, okay, I'll with the music, because you're probably wondering, I know I haven't been very specific, but if I could license any song in the world to use for the trailer, and if I had infinite money and I could license any song, I would license... Oh, there's 2 I'd really want to license. But one of them would be Owl City's Wolf Bite, because it just has this very... I think that was actually... I was listening to that song when I was drawing Gary's concept art the first time. So the sound of that song is very... it's like, yes, that. And this artist. There's some Japanese artist I stumbled across that has very similar... It's like a Japanese mix with this electronic vibrant. I don't know how to pronounce that name. But this is like great stuff here. I'm just sort of listening to this in the background on my headphones. But it's, yeah, that kind of sound. If I could license that song, it'd be sick. But I don't have, I don't know how much it would even cost. But whatever it is, I probably don't have it. So, yeah. But yeah. Or I would license the Lazy Town theme. But that's a bit too on the nose. So yeah, this is too short. We'll extend this to 4 frames just to get a duration of like how long this should last. And then I don't know if we need an extra pose. I really kind of don't want to make more poses, but if it necessitates it, we'll have to. I just want to see timing wise, how many frames does this need to be? Because 2 frames is too short. And it seems to have not, did that import correctly? It doesn't feel like it's changed. FBX issue. Uh-oh. Found name what does that even mean? Okay, well it's made it to 4 frames, but I think it still feels too quick. No, that doesn't feel like 4 frames. It says 4, but it doesn't feel like 4. This doesn't feel... Maybe I've got... Yeah, no, I've got this in the wrong spot. This little anim notify. That's probably why it's... Yeah, I messed that up. Okay, let's try it now. Now it should last a bit longer. Okay, I like this duration more, but yeah, we might need another pose here. This feels a little stiff. It feels more reactive now. And it looks like the hand placement I am liking more, because instead of the hands going up, which looks unnatural, it's like the hands are having weight, gravity influence them. So they go and then down. But I feel like we need some kind of transition between her landing and her getting back to idle. Because it does feel a bit abrupt. But the timing is better. It holds a bit more, which I like. But it's too abrupt. What do you guys think of the motorbike pose at the end there? I know the transition's a bit rough, but I don't know. What is there any general thoughts? As long as the reaction isn't ick, then I think we're good. We rocking with Lazy Town? Actually, I really wish I could play it through for you guys because this music is awesome, but I can't. I don't want to get sued by Mr. Sheving because I respect Mr. Sheving and I don't want him to be annoyed at me. Or I don't even know what company actually owns. Maybe he owns it. I don't know. But they got the official karaoke's. I'm gonna put on. I think it's this one. No. Always Away is really good. The actual backing. I'm not a big fan of the singing because it's like I've heard good singing and it's okay, but it's not like great singing. It's not knocking it because it's children, so it's like for children it's great singing. But I'm not really a big fan of vocals generally, so it's not their fault. It's a me thing. I tend to like instrumental music more than vocals. But the backing track is so funky. It's very like Euro. I want to say Euro. I don't know if Eurodance is the right word, but I want to say it sounds very like disco inspired, and I love it. Oh yeah, we will get to the wall run at some point. I'm gonna leave that to the one of the last animations we do, because that's gonna be a really complicated one. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hydrate there, Grogus. Thanks. What's the music on stream? Oh, hold on. Let me mute my Facebook. That's my friend wants to play Baldur's Gate. It's a good game. Can I like mute notifications? Sick. Anyway, so what was I saying? Yeah, so my stream music, I don't actually know the names because I have it in this playlist that just runs on Streamlabs, and it's just a bunch of licensed music that some of them I think I've bought the rights to, and some are just Creative Commons. I don't know all the track names, but I know that there's and they're not, half of them are not even on Spotify either, unfortunately. But I think there's this artist named Glitch and Broke for Free. I tend to use their music a lot because it just fits. I just like it. But yeah, I don't have the full playlist on hand. I need to make a Spotify playlist, but a lot of it is just, it's on like Idvato Markets or whatever it is, so it won't be on Spotify. But yeah. Oh, this song that started playing. Energy. This is a great one. I'm gonna keep this on loop for the next while. And Bing Bang is such a classic. I love it. Bing Bang is an absolute hood classic. But what's really funny is that because I listen to so much, I can pick up when samples get reused. So I'm just listening to the Lazy Town music now, and there's like a snare hi-hat, reversed hi-hat sample that I hear in a lot of other music, and it's like, aha, got him. So I've been trying in the background. I haven't done this a lot, but every so often, every few months, I'll try to go sample hunting for things. Especially because I think Mario and Sonic music use sampling a lot, and I've found a lot of Sonic samples. In fact, if you really want to go down that rabbit hole, the Sonic Freeriders soundtrack uses a lot of GarageBand samples, and I know mainly, I know most of them. I've like used some of them before, and I know a lot of them. Like I remember I found like there's like one of the themes for one of the levels has a bunch of these like vocal doodles, like what do they call it? There's a name. It's like a jazz technique with the scatting. I think that's what they call it. Yeah. So there's a lot of like scatting vocal samples in Freeriders that are just Logic Pro samples, which I have. So it's like, oh, why do I recognize this vocal sample from? And then I look through my Logic library, and it's like, oh, they just use that. Okay. One of them that was kind of remarkable that maybe you guys might know is the guitar sample at the beginning of like the Sonic Unleashed music, the Grease level. They have like this guitar sample that is also used in some. I remember noticing it was a sample. Let me just also real quick, I need to think about what transition. I need to transition from this to idle, so I'm gonna bring her idle pose back and see if I could come up with a way to transition these two. But yeah, there's like the beginning few seconds of that song has this guitar sample, and it was also in this like obscure Japanese arcade game that was made by the guys that did Jet Set Radio, but I don't think anyone's heard of it. It was some skateboarding game, but it was only released in arcades in Japan specifically, so I guess most Westerners probably don't know it. But one of the songs in that game uses the same guitar sample, and I was like, wait. But it was released before that Sonic game, and I'm like, oh, this must be an audio sample from some sample pack. And sure enough, I found the exact sample pack it was from, and I now have that guitar sample. But the thing is that it's some of these samples are a bit dangerous, because these games, like a lot of these games will make those samples popular, even though that they don't own the sample. So if I was to use that same sample, people will think I'm copying Sonic, but it's like, no, it's actually just a sample that you can license. like they didn't have a guitarist play it, come into the studio. Maybe they did that sometimes, but for this specific sound, anyone can use it. It's just they're known for using it, so they kind of have claim over it in that sense. So you have to be a bit careful with what samples you pick, but a lot of this music, a lot of the stuff I listen to, they do share a lot of the same samples, and it's like, huh, that's interesting. So, yeah, it's just kind of, it's sort of like textures. There's a video that's a similar idea to this, that someone did a breakdown of like all of Mario's 64's textures and what texture libraries they're from. Similar idea to that, but with audio. So it's fascinating stuff. Anyway, I need to get my, I did have the idle in here, and I deleted it. If I undo far enough, is it going to give it to me? No, it won't. So I'll have to get the idle back. So we'll copy pose 1. Oh, that didn't work for some reason. Let me try. I must have not copied that properly. Idle. Oh, it was, no, not idle. Jump. And moving. No, it was jump and idle. So I need to get the idle back here. Why is it... What is going on? I've had this issue before, and I can't remember why this happens, but when I try to paste keyframes sometimes, it just doesn't work. If I go idle, I know idle moving, it has it, so we'll copy it from here instead maybe and see if that helps. Jump and idle, please work, please. Okay, now it works. That was weird. So we'll make it frame 6, and then in between here, we'll like maybe at frame 2 or something. I need some kind of we could let the computer choose it, but the computer's not going to make a good choice. If we let the computer do it, it's going to look... no, it's ugly. Complete cringe. Look at that. Not very good. Not very good. So we need to do better. I'll go frame 3. So I need to get her out of this pose into idle. And I'm just by looking at the other reference we had, I know that Sporticus, when he lands with this clip that we were looking at earlier, he moves his feet a certain way. Oh, did I lose it? There was a close-up of his, yeah. Watch his feet. So he up, back, and then he does the shake with his torso, which I'm kind of tempted to do now. I'm actually a bit tempted. But we'll see if we can come up with what Gabi should do. Because yeah, now that I'm thinking of it, I don't know if this is a good idea, but maybe we could make the idle, like the land, a little longer and have a more slow transition back to idle, but you can cancel it if you move. But just when if you just jump and don't move, maybe she does like that sort of shake or something. Like a smooth, gentle transition back. Not too much, of course, but just for when you're standing still. But you could, at any time, you could animation cancel it, because of course you would. You'd want to be able to cancel it. But let me see if I can just get that foot movement at least, because she does need to spread her feet out, so she will have to move like one. Well, I don't know how she's going to move that other foot actually. Maybe here she can start. We'll just start moving it off to the side, and then with one of her feet she like lifts it up. Oh, wrong keyframe. No, that's keyframe 0. No. Can I undo? Did I destroy years of academy training? Okay, now we're good. So frame 3, that's what I want. So no, the other leg should lift up because she puts her weight on her right leg. So Gabi's idle might break Sporticus's rules, but I'm okay with that because we can't have it all be exactly like Sporticus. but she should start lifting this leg. And her back should start to, to straighten a bit. And her fists should both sort of come down like this. Superhero landing. We do actually have a superhero landing somewhere, but I want to save that one for when she jumps off a really high building, which I haven't, the code for it isn't quite up to scratch to know when that is yet, but the animation is there. We might have to even, I don't know if that one's even polished up, but that's not a high priority one at the moment. I just read Mason's message. I've seen people get a copyright strike for their dogs barking and copyright bots thinking it was the movie Lassie. I actually had a similar thing happen where this was on back when I first did Twitch streaming, like a couple years ago. One of my entire streams got copy strike because I left the window open and it was raining. And that's that violated someone's copyright on 1 hour rain loop that they uploaded to Spotify. So I was like, oh, I can't, okay, I can never have my window open ever while I stream. So, yeah. Seamew Skull says, I know, I wish it was all on Spotify, but it isn't, unfortunately. But thanks, though. I've actually, yeah, I have seen a few people compliment the background music. I appreciate that. It's not my music, though, unfortunately. I'd love to take the credit, but it just means that I can pick them, which is good to know. He also says, I love songs that use vocals as instruments. I haven't heard the Celeste soundtrack, but the Halo choir is iconic, yeah. I like vocals like that, but I don't think I would want to use them in Feline, but I can appreciate that stuff. What I don't like mainly is just lyrics. I don't know, I feel like lyrics kind of get in the way. Because I listen to music in a weird... I don't know, I don't know why most people listen to music. I guess it's because it's catchy, but for me, I use it as fuel. So for me, if a song has lyrics in it, it's like diluting, because I'm trying to use it to just make up my own thing. Like, I want the music to like escape me out to some place. I conjure an image in my head of something to kind of stimulate my imagination. But when they add lyrics in it, it's like, like my brain just goes, can you shut up and just let me listen to the music? Like, that's what my brain does. There are some vocalists I like, but I have a very picky taste with vocalists. Probably the only two vocalists I can still listen to and not want to shut it off is like Porter Robinson, Al City, and Jacob Collier. I like those, but anything else that's like, I don't know, Taylor Swift or whatever, it's just like, just doesn't do it for me. Even Lazy Town, like, yeah, Lazy Town's okay, the lyrics are cool, but I prefer the instrumentals. So yeah, I'll actually, like, what I'll try to do, if I find a song I really like and it has vocals in it, I'll try to figure out a way to cut the vocals out and just listen to the backing. Because usually the backings are really good, especially for like Our City music. The backing track is really intricate, but most people just don't, they only focus on the lyrics. And it's like, you guys are missing the best part, and it's the backing. Because yeah, he makes his own backing tracks. He doesn't have some producer do it for him. He does it all. And there's so much effort put into them, and they're very magic. Like, they actually have so much magic just pumped into them. And then the singing is also good, but, you know, every so often I just want to listen to just the backing only. I guess that's why I kind of like soundtracks as a concept, because a lot of the time it is just, it's literally designed to be backing music. I'm just trying to think as well with this pose, because I'm looking at Sporticus's land, and I know it's a bit different, but I noticed that he actually, there's a way he goes from each pose, and I'm trying to think if there's something I'm not noticing. This is a cool pose though, but he, what I'm a little worried here is that Gabi's weight. Because I know with Sporticus, what he's doing is that he his leg comes flying back and his weight shifts backwards, and it feels good to watch. There's something about it that feels like, yeah. But with Gabi, she doesn't have any back and forward movement, so it feels a bit awkward. But the idol, because I'm trying to get it to go to this pose, and she doesn't have, like, if you look at it from the side, it's very flat. So maybe it shouldn't be. Maybe I should spread her legs out more on this axis. Maybe just to try it. Maybe that's what I should do, because I feel like you could do animating. Oh no, that doesn't actually look so good. No, never mind. I don't like how that looks. I'll keep it how it is. I'm just a little worried about the weight when she gets back up. I guess I'll keep going. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Dusk and Dawn says, I used to be like that and still kind of am, but music is the fuel, inspiration of all. Yeah, it's good fuel. Discovered a band I really like who has both good music and good vocals. Yeah, that's a blessing when you can find that. But yeah, it's weird because, yeah, I think a lot of people assume that I get inspired by other video games. That's actually not really. Yeah, I mean, for those who have been here the last few weeks or months, all of you have just been in complete shock of how little. Like, I recall getting asked frequently, maybe even today, and I haven't seen it, of like, have you played X? And my answer is usually no, and it just shocks people. Because, I don't know, music is sort of, I actually kind of consume more music than anything else. And I think, you know why? It's probably because you can do it while doing something else. I think that's probably why. Because with video games, you have to, like, pay attention to it. You have to give it your full attention. Whereas with music, I can do it while working. But with, like, a movie or a book or a video game, you can't, like, work and play it at the same time. But with music, I can, like, absorb it while I'm, like, busy. Which I think that's probably what makes it my go-to media. The hips need to be doing something, though. Gabi's hips need to be doing something. Oh, the hips need to rotate a little, but which way, I don't know. I don't think it's this way. No, well, maybe it is, because your hip would do that if you lift your leg. So it has to do that a little bit. But this also needs to twist a little bit. Not too much. Just to, like, transition, because it also can't be completely straight, because that'll look strange. And it needs a bit of tilt. Maybe up this way. So I'm kind of trying to make up as I go here, because I don't know a good reference to go with. Sporticus isn't exactly what I need. I don't know. I'm almost a little worried that I don't want to do too many frames. That's what I'm trying to just watch out for. This transition doesn't feel good. Something about the hips. Hands need to come down a little too much. And why? Oh, that shouldn't be there. Okay, I'm sort of, I'm liking it a little bit. I don't know, it's a hard one. The head is not, yeah, the head should stay level. Head shouldn't be going up. Actually, yeah, this isn't so bad. The tail looks stiff as hell, but that's, it's just the feet. I'm not really a big fan of, but I kind of don't know what else to do with that. I kind of have to. It's the hips here when she's lifting her leg do look a little awkward. Okay, I don't know, not like that. Let's rotate it this way. I think this whole frame needs to come a frame later. I think it needs to hold that. I like this more now. And then you extend that one frame. Yeah, this is like the bare minimum poses that get across the idea. It's her feet mainly that need to go, yeah. So you see how she's stepping up? Like the foot steps up to the side. I need to communicate that, and the hands need to come back down. And this actually kind of does it. Excuse me. Oh. And then it's just the tail is a bit stiff. Tail's a little stiff. So we'll do something. Sorry, it's just my... I still have a lot of like build-up in my throat from COVID, so if you're probably hearing a lot of unpleasant noises right now, I apologize. Sally, first time chatter, hello, says, new to your stream. Well, I see that, it highlights your message. Upgrading my PC. Oh, another specs question. Look, that spec looks better than what I've got, so you'll be okay. I think I'm running a 2070. So, rendering at 4K though, I don't do that. I don't know, I don't render at 4K. I don't know. If you're doing it specifically for animation, I haven't done any all of my animation experience is game, so we don't do 4K stuff. So I don't know. You'll have to ask someone that has rendered 4K animation, but I mean, that looks fine to me. It depends on what is... because you want to say, what you're saying is that good, is it good? It sounds good. It just depends on what your level of good is. I think that should be good, but if you want like instant rendering, I don't know, there's probably something more powerful out there, but it seems good. I don't know. I'm not the right guy to ask though, sorry. But those specs look cool to me. Like, it's better specs than my machine, so anything better than mine is probably gonna do fine. Like, I use this to edit videos 1080, but like 40-minute long videos 1080, and I can work with it. So if that helps, I don't know if that's a benchmark that helps you there, but if I can put up with using Premiere on my machine, yours, I imagine for 4K video, it depends on how long the video is, I suppose, but it sounds okay. Nothing will be as good as tomorrow's specs, says Mason. I mean, yeah, Mason is correct. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know, like, because when people say good, I have very different thresholds, because I can tolerate, I have a high tolerance. Like, I can, like I said, like a bit ago, about an hour ago, I think I said that my first machine that I ever did any dev on was like this Acer home computer that was like this big. It was so bad that it couldn't even run like Windows, because this was Windows Vista. This was how long ago this was. And it was so badly performant that when I opened Unity on it, it had to turn off all of the transparency aero effects on the one Windows because it just couldn't render at all. But that's what I used for like 2 years doing my first few prototypes. So I don't know. Depends on how low your standards are, really. If you can tolerate like 10 frames a second, then any spec will do. But if you can't tolerate that, then you'll want something more. Just depends on what your threshold is. Everyone sort of has a different level. And budget, probably. I don't know what your budget is. Because yeah, there's no real right answer to that stuff. Like, I could probably give you, off the top of my head, I could say the 50 whatever, which is maybe a real product, is the best thing, but that might cost 10 grand. And it's like, well, is that really worth it? Because I noticed that the higher up you go, the more diminishing returns there is. Where if you, I noticed this with music equipment. because there was some CD player I found that was like $3,000. It was something crazy, and it only plays CDs. And I'm like, why the hell would anyone pay $3,000 for a CD player? And then the same shop had a $10,000 one. Like the next model was like 10,000, and it was like each iteration up costs way more, but it gives you only slightly more benefits, and it's like, it's interesting. So. Yeah, I don't know how that I know that there's a similar thing with just any kind of hardware. I don't know. I haven't looked at graphics cards in years, so I don't even know what's out there anymore. But anything that is a bigger number than 2070, which is what I'm running, to me sounds like wizardry. So I'm just trying to, because our feet keep moving back here, and it's a bit annoying. Can I copy the Y value? Oh, that's the X value then, sorry. Oh, no, it was the Y value. It's the feet keep moving back, and it's like, no, we don't want that. Okay, that's better. Oh, no, not like that. No. This. I'm trying to think, is this breaking? I think this leg does need to be a bit straighter. It's breaking the rule. It's got to be at a 90 straight lines. Sporticus at straight lines. And I think the other leg actually could go a bit higher. Actually, this could all come a bit higher. Like that. Oh, no, it's too high. Too high. I don't know. Maybe I liked it before. Let me try that again. Let's look at the before. Oh, that was before. Okay. I'll just leave that alone then. So the tail, that's what I was doing. Is the RTX 2060? Well, good. I don't know. What do you mean? What do you mean by good? You gotta be more specific. It sounds good to me. Depends on what you're using it for. I'm using a 2070, but I used to use a 1080, and that was good at the time. I could probably still use a 1080. It's just my editing might be a bit slower or something, but I don't know. Yeah, good is it's like how long is a piece of string? I don't know. Depends on what you want. I think, you know, here's what because I know it's a bad answer. Here's what my version of good, what I look for in a good card. This is just me. What I look for is, could I go 5 years without buying another one? That's like that's my benchmark. Is it good enough that I could use this for like 6, 7, 8 years and not have to upgrade it? Like, and when I say not have to upgrade it, it's like, yeah, it'd be nice to upgrade it, but could I put up with not upgrading it for 7 years and not complain? So I've had my current one, I think I've had for 4 years, or three or 4 years. And I don't expect to change it because I don't have an issue with it right now. Because yeah, the less often you buy things, the more money you save. So that's sort of my benchmark of good is like, I don't even really care like if it gives me 4K, whatever. I don't care. It's more like, will this kind of keep me good for the next 8 years? And usually it's like something that's kind of more on the higher end, but it's not that high. I try to get like one below the highest model because they tend to discount those. Once they release the new one, the one before it will tend to go down in value. At least that's how it used to be. I haven't bought a new card in like a while, so I don't know if that's still what would happen. But when I used to hunt for cards, it was like, I would notice that like the minute the new one would come out, the old one would like drop in value, and then you got it, low price. And that was that's the game I'd play. I don't know if that still works anymore, because this was like before the pandemic, and I know that prices went crazy during that time. So I have not experienced post-COVID GPU shopping, so I have no idea What? Yeah, so yeah, it was before the pandemic, so it's been at least 4, I want to say 5 years, I think, actually. Yeah, it's been about 5 years with my current card, because it was about 2019, I think, when I last upgraded it. What do I think about microtonality music? I have no thoughts. I don't even know what it is. I don't know, I don't really think about tones. It sounds like a music theory thing, and I don't think about music theory at all. I don't really care much for it. You'll have to explain to me what microtone, what is it? Whatever that thing. I don't know what it is. You'll have to explain it. I just like stuff that sounds cool. that's my thing. The tail, God, the tail looks so stiff. I don't like this tail movement. Because it needs to look good from the side and from the back. I don't like the... Yeah, this pose too, I don't really... I'm not vibing it. Maybe it should like, sort of go like that, the tail. But not too loose, but just like a, you know, something like that. Notes between notes. Cool. I don't think I know any music that, like, I mean, what do you do with microtones? Like, I don't know. Like, I know what you mean. Like, on the audio frequency spectrum, it's the stuff that's in between the notes, but it's like, I haven't really heard anything cool done with them. So I don't really have an opinion. It's like asking me, what's your opinion on Newton's laws? It's like, they exist. I don't know. I guess it's neat that microtones... I guess it's neat that audio is a wave and it has a frequency. Yeah. Oh, imagine a piano would... Well, I'll tell you... If I did imagine a piano with that many notes, I wouldn't care. Unless someone actually used it for something cool. And not just like, check me out, I have a keyboard with 19 keys and an octave. That's not cool enough to me. It's just like, yeah, okay. But are you going to do something cool with that? Or are you just going to try to impress me with your unorthodoxism or whatever? Like, that's something that's part of the reason why it took me a while to get into Jacob Collier. Because he just released a new album like last week, and I really like it because he's a lot better at like hiding away his music theory knowledge. Because in his earlier music, I just didn't like it because it was too top heavy with music theory of like, look how much music theory I know. Please notice how much music theory I know. And that's all I could hear. It didn't take me anywhere. And it's like, I can't listen to this because this is just like, you're just trying to impress me with how many layers of vocals you're running, which is cool. It's impressive, but I just don't care. Like, give me a sound, take me somewhere. Don't take me to your studio, because that's where it would take me. When there are stuff like that I can appreciate that's like technically cool, but I'll only ever appreciate it on a technical level, which I don't think is the level you want to appreciate something at. If you're like mass market, if that's your target, you want someone to appreciate it from like an aesthetic level, and that technical stuff, I don't know, man, it just doesn't do it for me. Like, a lot of the music I listen to is pretty simple. Like, Lazy Town music is simple, but there's a something more than the sum of its parts that is what attracts me to it. And with Collier's new album, I feel like he kind of nailed it, at least for my personal taste, where it's like there's a lot of rich, complex harmonics going on, but I don't notice it because he's hidden it much better, and it's out of the way, and all I have standing between me and the music is the imagery now, and that's what I wanted kind of from him the whole time, and I think he's done a pretty good job with it on his, what is it called, Jesse Volume 4. So I don't know if any of you heard of that artist, but a lot of people call him like the Mozart of our time, and I guess that's kind of true. He is very talented and very smart, but for me, it's just a bit too much sometimes. Like, it's like, okay, like scales, it sounds cool and all when you explain it, but I just want you to take me somewhere cool. I want you to give me a cool escape right now. I don't want to go into your studio Unless I'm watching one of his streams, because he does do, every so often he'll do his breakdowns of like how he makes his music. And those are interesting on a technical level, but when I'm listening to something, I don't want the technicals. I want an experience that is going to take me somewhere. So yeah, things like microtones, scale, harmonics, the buzzwords I usually hear, I just don't pay attention to it. I just don't care. I just care about, like, what's the vibe? Like, is the vibe cool? Even if it's the most simple 4-chord pop music thing, does it take me somewhere? That's like that's what I think is good. That's what good music for me is. That's what I look for. This tail, why do I hate this? I just hate this tail. It's just, I don't like it. How do I get this to look not trash? Let me try that again. It's this middle. I like this frame and I like that frame, but I don't like the middle. Let me try this again. Okay, this is in the right direction now. Can't bend it it has to bend up. But yeah, from the back it looks... Oh, I hate this. It looks not... we need some sway from the side. We need, like... I don't know about this, but... I don't know how her tail should be moving. We don't have a lot of frames to work with, so it's kind of hard. Maybe the tail should hang... it shouldn't be dropping down like that. It should be kind of hanging in the middle there. I think that's what let me try this middle frame again. I know I can get this right. I'm just not... the tail is not my favorite part of this character, if you couldn't tell. But yeah, but with Collier, with Jacob Collier's music there, with all the technical stuff in mind, when you do see it live, now that's something. It's really cool. But when I'm listening to it while working, I don't want all that extra stuff. I just want a cool experience. But yeah, watching him, I don't know if anyone's ever seen him live, but oh my god, that when you're there seeing it live, all the little stuff I just criticized actually goes so well there. Like in a live show, when you're paying full attention to it, it's incredible. But when I'm like working, it's like, it's too busy. I need you to just settle with all those instruments there, sort of thing. I'm here. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your message there. Q8 says, I'm here to bother you with terrible jokes. Go right ahead. I bet they're not as bad as mine. Says, I'd like to see you try it out, terrible me. Before starting with any joke, I have a pretty newbie question. How can I get vertices where two surfaces intersect? Look, man, I don't really know what you're trying to explain. Look, because I have to, when I'm streaming, I have a tough time answering these technical questions because I have to focus on my thing. So I don't know. You'll have to look that one up. I think I'll need to see a picture of what you want, and you're better off like asking a forum for that one. But yeah, sorry, I don't have a good answer. I'm not good with tech support stuff, so yeah, it might not be a good thing to ask me. I'm really terrible at. I'm not a tech support guy. Okay, that is a pretty terrible joke. For those in Twitch chat, this guy's giving me these great jokes. He says, my IQ test came back yesterday. The results were negative, thank God. That's a good sign. I'm glad. I'm so happy for you. That's great news. Yeah. You'll have to, for that question though, just try to see if you can like word it into Google in a way where it comes up with exactly what you want, because that's what I do and it tends to work. So try that. Cyber says, I don't care how the weak kick or snare hits, I'm feeling the vibe. Well, yeah, like, now, I'm gonna be a little hypocritical here and say that kind of stuff I kind of do pick up on with like audio samples and like this, how a snare sounds, how a kick sounds, how it's mixed. But for the music theory stuff that isn't mixing, I will like tune. I don't know. I just tune out. I think it's just because I have more of an interest in the mixing stuff. So I will appreciate, like, I can like have a higher tolerance of people trying to do cool mixing things, and I'll vibe with it. But if it's something like, oh, I did a key change and then a tonal microtone, like, I don't know, I don't care. Like, I don't pick up on that. I don't know. I think it's mainly because it's probably because the people I know in real life that do music, I just completely hate listening to them talk about music theory because it's so boring. I think that's probably what it is. Like, because a lot of, like, some of my friends in high school, like, went to do music, and then my mom is a musician, so she knows a lot of musicians as well. And therefore, I know some of them because we would work on some stuff together. So when I listen to them talk about, like, I don't know, and then I did a key change here, or whatever thing, I don't even know the terminology, I just tune out and go, oh my god, like, your music should be more, it should be so interesting that you don't need this stuff for me to want to listen to it, because the audience is not going to pick up on the stuff that you're talking about. It's sort of like animation, in a sense. Now that I think about it, there's something in common. It's all invisible stuff that the audience isn't going to notice. So I guess in a sense, you know, maybe I'm being ignorant here, because on the one hand, all of that theory is probably there for a reason. If you didn't do it well, it would probably sound bad. Just like how with animation, if you get it wrong, it looks bad, but you don't know why. So, you know, maybe that's what it is, but it's just when they act like that's all there is. Because I do know people that know the theory, but they write bad music. Like, I just can't, it's just so boring. And it's like, but they know all the technical stuff, and it's like, oh, but I know how to, I can't read sheet music, but a lot of these people, like, they obsess over, oh, like, I can write, when they start writing a song, they do the charts, whereas when I do music, I start with the Logic project and the instruments, and I just feel out what I want. So maybe that's because I just don't understand the other way of, like, getting out paper. And to me, it's like doing a game. Instead of, like, making a prototype, you write a document. And it's like, it's just not as fun. I don't know what it is, but it's like, it feels wrong for me to do it that way. So it's probably why I tune out of it, because it's just so uninteresting to me. I think to give Jacob some credit though, because he does a great job at explaining it, because he's given like lots of talks to people and like explaining how he sees music theory, but because he knows it so well and he understands like its value, he can communicate it in a way that makes you like not roll your eyes at it. Like, he communicates it in a way that you know that he really knows it intuitively, and it's not that he's trying to follow a textbook or the rules, because that's kind of the vibe I get with the people that I know. It's like they're too in the rules of like, oh, you can't use that note there, no, you want to use a D major sharp, and it's just like, shut up. Like, I just do what sounds good. And I think with Jacob, I can tell he knows what sounds good, but he also knows why it sounds good. But with a lot of the people who I know that went to the conservatorium and all that stuff, they know what sounds good on a book level, but they don't really feel and know why. Like, they know why it sounds good, but they don't know what sounds good, you know? It's like the opposite thing, where it's like their charts look great, but the music just sounds average, like painfully average. So you need someone that like knows that stuff probably, but knows how to make it not boring. Like, that has that childlike fun, exploratory fun with it. I think that's the attitude you need. And I think, at least for the people who I know that went to study it, it's like that gets beaten out of you like really quick. Because then when I look at Jacob talk about it, he just plays stuff and he's like, oh yeah, this feels about right. And it's like, that's how it should be, right? It's like, you just know what feels right and what doesn't. You shouldn't have to go consult a manual on what the rules are for writing music or whatever it is. I don't know. I don't like when people try to put too many constraints on stuff like that. I mean, I know they're probably there for a reason, but I do have a... Same with animation and game. It's just with everything. I don't like when people kind of treat the rules as like they are afraid to ever go near the boundaries. I don't know. That's sort of... It applies to more than music, but yeah. So that's why I kind of don't... I don't really pay attention to music theory. I cannot think of what to do with the tail, but I just want to see. I need to see this in engine now. My eyes are just going completely crazy. I think the rest of the body is fine. It's just the tail is annoying me. So we'll make this 7 frames long. I don't know if that's too many, but we'll see. So let's give this a shot. Let's export it. I need to see this. Re-import. Is it this one? Yeah, it is this one. And I need to change the end point. Has to come a bit later. Let's try that now. Oh, that's a bit better. Actually, maybe... Oh, no, the tail is bad, but it's only because it, like, sticks out right at the end. That's probably why. The starting pose was wrong all along. See how it... But, Okay, so it needs to bend... Okay, I know what to do with the tail now. Now that I'm seeing it in context, I know exactly what to do. But this is actually, It's close. I'm also seeing something I've missed. Gabi's back needs to compress when she lands, and her feet need to scale up. We need some squash. We don't have enough squash. That's why it looks a little off still. It needs squash. And maybe this pose, maybe we can like have it hang just a little less. Yeah, it hangs a little, so we'll shorten that a little bit too. The thing that scares me the most is the whole idea that sounds are made up of basic frequencies. Dude, that's amazing. I love that that's... Because it's really cool. It's interesting that it scares you. To me, it's like wonderful. It's like, oh, that's great. It's a wave. It's just signals. It's vibrations. It's actually kind of cool. Have you ever seen like an oscilloscope where it's like you have the sound go from ew, like that? I mean, I wouldn't listen to it casually, but to observe it and go, wow, every little thing I listen to is just something vibrating at a certain frequency. And there's like harmonics. Like on a technical level, it's like cool. I just mean in a music setting, I wouldn't want to listen to it. Like if someone came to me and they said, Ray, okay, I want to do your soundtrack, and I've done this cool thing where I've got like I'm instantly just going to tune out and go, yeah, you're not looking at the right thing there. But as a technical concept, it's cool. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. I didn't mean that to come off as like anything technical about music is boring ever. It's more for like for a published song. And if someone's trying to, because I've noticed that a lot of the time when a song is flat, it's not quite all there. They'll use the excuse of like, but I do all this cool technical stuff. And then maybe music people will appreciate it and whatever. But yeah, no, that kind of stuff, like the way audio works. Yeah, it's cool. I like that stuff. Looks like you've also got the pose ready for a motorcycle. Well, I mean, that's the gymnast way. That's what they teach you to do. Land like a motorcycle. And your mind was blown when you learned that light was a combination of frequencies? Well, yeah, that's the cool thing, is that everything in life is basically just frequencies. Actually, I remember, well, it's frequency, but it's like light waves. It's radiation. And I remember I learnt this a really funny way. I'll quickly go, I'll tell you this little story while I do this pose up. Because I remember in school, when I was like 15, I was having an argument, because there was this there was this sort of news thing going around at the time that if you kept your phone in your pocket, you would get cancer. something silly. And my friend believed it. And he was like, Ray, you can't keep your phone turned on in your pocket. You're going to get cancer. And I argued with him and said, no, that's rubbish. And he like got really flustered. He's like, oh, but my dad said it does. And I said, well, my dad's a physicist and he actually understands how light works. And if that were true, you would be getting cancer all the time from everything because everything emits radiation. And then he like really hated me after that, but it's true. And it's like, well, I'm sorry that you're stupid, but that's how it works. Like, you know, the light coming from my monitor right now, it's the thing, the reason why, and I had to explain to him, like the reason why a phone is not going to give you cancer is because the frequency range is not in the range of the stuff that gives you cancer. That's like, what you're talking about are like microwaves on the red spectrum towards the low frequency. That's fine. The thing you need to be worried about is the UV frequency, which is on the other side of this. It's on the complete opposite side of the light spectrum. And he thought that phones emit UV radiation, and it's like, no, they don't emit UV radiation. It's like, it's radio waves. That's on the complete opposite side. That's fine. Like, it was aggravating, because then he kept arguing with me, and his only argument was that his dad said. And it's like, you can use that argument if your dad is like not a moron, but unfortunately for you, my guy, that's not you. So, because I would use the same argument, but it's different when your dad is like a physicist. It's a different story. That's the only time where you can say that my dad said and like not be in the wrong. But for him, it wasn't that time. So that was as you can tell, I didn't have a lot of friends in school, but I was right. I never got scared of getting cancer in my pocket. So I'd rather be like, you know, what's the word? The opposite of ignorance is bliss, whatever that guy says in The Matrix. I'd rather know the truth. I'd rather be red-pilled than yeah. So, okay. For whatever reason, the tail animation has now changed somewhat. I don't know why. We really do need to, yeah, I need to stretch, these need to be stretched more. And her, yeah, her back needs to be, like, stretched. Or her hips also need, I think her hips. No, there's actually specific bones in here I can use to scale this a little better. She needs to look like she's compressing. So this is a bit, this is more animation principle type stuff. These are the animation rules. You wouldn't do this in real life. Actually, this looks awful. No, let me dial that back a little. That looks a bit bad. This is the stuff you just do generally in animation. Oh, it looks like it does actually compress her, because I was worried that the torso would just shorten and not widen, but it does widen the torso, so that's good. Her head, you can squash that to about here. I know this is gonna look silly, but that's the whole point. It's meant to look silly, okay? So don't give me a hard time here. This is what the professionals do this, okay? So it's okay if I do it. Can I scale? Oh, I can't scale it all like that, unfortunately. So, but I have to do it while maintaining posture, because if she stretches and compresses too much, it's gonna look off posture. So we can't go too heavy. Oh, what happened there? I've got one keyframe in the wrong place. Oh no, I've messed up something. What's happened? No. Why is there 4 keyframes? Something's wrong. Let me just check the last import. I feel like I've gotten something wrong. Okay, there's 3 poses. Okay, you need to come over here. And you need to... Yeah, why is this all in the wrong order? I don't know what I did. I must have done this on autopilot. Okay, that's better. So, 3 poses. I don't know why I was turning into 4, and I'm like, wait a second. But this tail, yeah, it needs to come down on this frame. but it can't clip. That's the only challenging bit. So maybe we'll take this and rotate it up. Yeah, that'll do it. And then here, it's actually not bad. Actually, I like this movement much more. But this has to come up a bit higher, but not that high. Yeah, it has to look silly, you know. Because it knows it has to be silly. Yeah, the tail movement here I like better. Okay, let's silly this up more. Okay, this looks pretty silly, not gonna lie. Maybe not that silly, but I gotta. Okay, so I gotta take her, yeah, her entire thing and move that down. Squash the head. Maybe even. Should we? I don't know if we should even. No, I can't scale. This bone does not scale very well. I was hoping we just squashed the whole hands, but it doesn't seem to like when I do that. So we won't. This actually might do it. This might be fine. No, more. No, if you ever feel like it should be more, it should be more. So let's go even harder with this. But I don't want to like break gymnast etiquette here. So the hands have to sort of. Because it doesn't last very, so it's hard to judge. I feel like maybe even here there should be some stretch. Like we should have it still sort of, maybe stretched up the other way. I don't know. Should it stretch up, or keep stretching like that, like we're squeezing it like this for that middle in between? I think maybe I want to say we should keep it stretched just so that the squash is, because it does not last very long. So if we like stretch it here a bit and like sort of start to can I scale it by like 1.1? Because there's something odd about this pose where it aligns with the gymnast control theme, but also massively contradicts the super fun, active, speedy movement of the flips of anime school. Yeah, see, that's the thing I'm still trying to get a grip on. And I've been looking at more anime lately, but there's some more processing I still have to do. Because yeah, we got to somehow mix the gymnast strictness with like over the top gymnast. That's sort of the idea. So there are some deviations here and there, but. I don't know, this could be like our own rule book, maybe. Our own unique design movement language of like anime gymnastics, which sort of plays by both the rules of anime and gymnastics. I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to do now that I think about it, but it's like, my goodness, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't difficult. Because even her actual idol I'm not happy with still, because it doesn't follow, I can see it doesn't follow the rules very well. And when I say the rules, I mean just my own rules, my standards, you could say. So we got a bit of squash now on the middle frame. Let's give this a try. Oh, there was something else I was gonna do that I noticed that it was like the tail, but there was something else. Maybe that was it. Yeah, I think that might have been it. So let's re-import. Yes. Re-import, please. Thank you. Oh man, I so wish I could talk to my computer like Star Trek and say, "Computer, re-import animation," instead of saying Alexa, because I hate that name. I want to rename it to computer. That'd be sick. Computer, move vertice 22 by 10 units to the x-axis left. That's how Star Trek people would be using Blender. Just with voice commands. This is nice. This is kind of not bad, actually. No, this is because I'm just looking at the time, and I'm gonna have to probably head off about in the next 10 minutes. So I don't know. I didn't really have an expectation of how many I'd get through, but this is important. Like, I know what we did. We changed the falling pose and the land pose, and maybe one other thing, and it doesn't sound like a lot, but I'm learning a lot while doing this about the little things we're gonna need for the more complicated poses. So you got to start with the little things. And I kind of didn't start with the little things. I kind of started with the harder stuff first. So this is important character development for me because... Okay, I know that it glitches. The model's going to glitch out for some of these frames. Don't worry, that's a problem I can fix later. But if you just pay attention to the general shape of everything, this feels way... And here's the thing. It feels more satisfying to me, and it'll feel more satisfying to you, even though it's a small change. It's incredible how much a small little difference, a small change in just the landing can make. Like, I don't know, I'm trying to just sort of show it on screen here. I don't know if it looks the same on stream, but... And it's really, because it's only 3 frames, and then the falling pose. Doesn't seem like a lot, but if you mess that up, it you know, you don't want to mess that up. If you can't even get that stuff right, you're not going to be able to do the acrobatics. So I feel very, even though we only got like through 2 poses, it's like I think we did them really, like I'm really understanding what it is I'm fighting. Like the enemy I'm fighting against here, I think I know what it is. It's the challenge of working with a character with 200 bones, which I haven't done before. The challenge of animating it like an anime character, which I haven't done properly before, and the challenge of animating it like a gymnast, which I also haven't done before. So it's like 3 rules, 3 sets of different rules I have to do all simultaneously for the first time. So I don't know what it is, but after having done this now, I feel like I'm going to have an easier time with everything. Because I think I'm starting to actually understand what it is I'm looking at now. And it starts with the small stuff. It's harder to notice on these bigger, more extravagant... Like, even that first flip... Hold on. That flip. Not this one. But this wall flip. This was the first one we did. And I kind of think that was a stupid place to start with. Because I really did not understand what I was doing. Because if you watch this wall flip, I don't know if you guys noticed. I know that it looked cooler than the previous models' animations, but you can't just make it look cooler. It has to look proper too, to really have it look cooler. But that wall jump, you see how compared to her other moves, it just doesn't... It's incoherent. It's incongruent. It doesn't match. It looks like she's fumbled that one move, like she's made a mistake. That's because when I was animating this pose, I didn't really know, I didn't pick up on the little details, and that's why this looks out of place. It looks like someone else animated that pose almost, which is why, to go back to I think it was near the beginning of the stream, someone was like whinging about why I don't hire people. It's because who else, you know, you don't want it to look like 2 people worked on something, because then the quality difference is too different. And I don't personally know anyone that would care enough to spend that much time on it that I would afford, because that would be like not hundreds of thousands, like tens of thousands to try to train someone else to do that. So, but now I'm absorbing this knowledge, and I feel like I understand what it is that I'm actually trying to get. And yeah, you see that flip? It's not that. This flip was better. This still needs work though. But then just with these little idols and stuff and these poses, you can, I don't know, they're ticking more of the boxes that I'm making, that I'm on the lookout for. Even though the poses, the moves aren't as extravagant. It's just, if you can't do the simple poses right, you can't do the cooler poses right either, type thing. So even now, with the idol pose, I'm seeing mistakes in it now. I remember saying like a week ago that, yeah, the idol's done, and I'm looking at it now and it's like, oh no, I've missed some stuff. There's something wrong. The rhythm isn't quite right. There's too many in-betweens in the middle. Or no, too many on the sides. There needs to be more of a ease in and out going on, and there isn't really enough of that there. so that's just more stuff I've been trying to study as I've been animating through this. But yeah, you know, I know it kind of seems frustrating, but it's like to me the small stuff is really important. I want to see that fall again. I might actually have footage of the old fall that we can compare with now. So if we actually want to see the difference. I just want to watch this again. I love that the way that this moves, I do want to change the hair posing a bit, but just the way that the hair and tail only are moving and the rest of the body stays still, that's such an anime thing. I feel pretty happy that I can do that. I know like how to do that now. Oh my god, her arms. Look at, I know this is FEX glitch moment, but her arms start twisting. Oh, that's funny. That's pretty funny. So it is going to look a little stranger in Unreal with those issues. So I don't know if I should try to get around to solving those by next week. I don't know. It might be kind of tricky because export stuff is very finicky usually. Oh, we don't have this moving. We haven't changed the land for the moving yet because that still uses a different animation. So maybe I can just sign off by quickly doing that one. That shouldn't be too much work. I just have to add in one extra pose and then that's it. So we'll do that. I'll queue up also a clip of the old land. I recorded this the other day. Feline release. Oh yeah, so this is in the new devlog folder, which I spent a while organizing. So it'd be in the exports folder, Feline. No, preview, because these are preview clips. Then Feline 0.14, which is the version, and then inside this folder there'll be a clip of her old. I'll just keep that open, and then I'm just going to quickly do this moving land because this is the idle land, and I'll get the moving land, and then I'll show you the difference, and then I'll head off. Jump and moving. So yeah, you see. There's such a big difference. I'm seeing a huge difference now in this posing. This was the old land from last week. See how awkward? See how this Sporticus would be disappointed. He'd be like, no, you can't move like that. You need the straight line. That's what he would say. And he wouldn't approve of this at all. It's awful. It's just 4 keys too, 4 keyframes, but it can ruin it. So let's fix that. So, so the only difference between this one and the other is that this has this pose put in the middle. That's the only difference. So we can get rid of these first. We can get rid of the first 3. Then we'll go back to jump, idle. And we'll just copy these 2. We'll go back to, oh no, you know, because I might have some tweak bones changed, so I'll make sure that those get included in this selection. So I'll have to turn all these back on, just to make sure I'm getting everything. So we'll select every bone, copy, what is that? Why is there 2 keys that do the same thing? Well, we just need these 2 keys. Copy, go to jump and moving. Oh, something happened. Those aren't, it got rid of one of the poses I left in there. Let's go back. I must have deleted one of the ones I needed by accident. Please let me undo back enough so I can fix that. Please let me do it. Please let me do it. I don't think it's gonna let me do it. No, it's not gonna let me do it. I've run out of undos. That's a, Did I? Oh, I must have deleted it by mistake. Oh, silly. Silly. Bad Dobby. Alright, well, I'll have to remake that pose now. I've lost it. Shouldn't be, well, it's probably a bad pose anyway, so we might as well. It's probably bad. It's probably not Sporticus approved. So all we need to do now, well, we'll just copy the whole thing at this point. Jump and moving. It didn't copy at all. Why is it doing this again? This happened earlier. I want everything. Give me everything. Every pose. Okay. Come on, copy. And then we'll paste. Okay, so we're just gonna have that same one, but we gotta add an in-between. We have to lengthen this by 2 frames. And then here at frame 2, she has to actually get even more compressed. Now this is probably gonna break Sporticus's Bible right now, but too bad. Because we need to exit, because Sporticus doesn't need to worry about key poses and animation principles, so we have to kind of bend his rules a bit to fit our own purposes. So we really need to have Gabi, like, because this is while she's running. So I'm gonna like taco tail in a lot. I actually might be able to still see the old pose in this version. Yeah. So it plays a different land while she's running, and it's got this this pose, which I'll just use my import as a reference. So she's got her. Oh, this is actually not a terrible pose. It's not terrible. But it's just that, yeah, the fists have to sort of come down like this. And I know she's gonna look silly, but remember, this is on purpose. Actually, I didn't realize how much I'd scaled the head. But it looks cool, okay? We saw it in motion and it looked cool, so shut up. It's fine. This is how animation be like. I just gotta watch her back here. Yeah, see, I'm a little worried about her posture, because Sporticus would not bend his back like that. He would bend his... He would have a bit of bend, but he would keep his back pretty straight. It's just the knees I'm kind of a little worried about here. I think there needs to be like... Let me move this whole thing. It needs to be like this. Because she's moving. I have to remember that she's moving while doing this. So this pose might actually need to change a little as well if she's going to be moving. But the main purpose of this is that she comes down lower while she's moving, because of more momentum as she's passing through. This is also kind of why it's like, yeah, especially with the gameplay. If the momentum, I have all the programmed in momentum, which is fine, but if the character doesn't look like it's reacting to the momentum I've programmed, then it's gonna look incoherent, and that's bad. So part of the thing here as well is that she has to, her actual movements need to match with the programming that I've written. Because it says you can pay someone to do a job, but you can't pay them to care. Yep. Yep. You're right on the head, my man. Unless they're like a 1 in 1,000 person that somehow also cares as much as you, which I've never seen in my whole life. But maybe they exist. Maybe. Actually, there was some video I came across out of nowhere that had a similar physicsy kind of game made by 2 people. And it was like this sort of retro style game with where you control this sort of ball character, and it has a lot of like physics in it. And though the two, because it was like a devlog kind of. It was probably the only devlog I've ever watched that I actually liked. Most of them I really don't. But this one, because it was actually... All the stuff that they explain is the same stuff I have to deal with that I don't see anyone talk about. Where it's like, they had weird frame rate problems with their physics, just like me. And they had like art direction problems just like me, and they had tool problems just like me, and it's like, oh my goodness, they're actually talking about it. Because most people I know, they just skip over that stuff, and they don't even get to those problems. But these people actually like told this whole little, it was like a 30-minute video, and they like told the story, because they spent like 4 years on their prototype just like me, and it's like they had all the same challenges and stuff that I did, and they explained it really well. And it was 2 people, and they both actually made the devlog together from the looks of it. And I can tell it's like these people are so lucky because they both actually seem to like each other and give a crap. And it's like these people, oh, I tell you, man, like this is like what everyone wishes their studio is like. Because I could just tell by the chemistry that it's like these people are like a comedy duo. You know, like, you know when you see a good comedy duo and you can tell that they're just meant for each other? That's the vibe I was getting. It's like Larry David and Seinfeld. I got that energy from them just talking. And I was like, these people are, they have found their soulmates. They are set. They're gonna make it. So I was really happy for them actually, because it was a well-made video. It didn't seem like they had an issue as a result of them getting in the way of each other. Like whatever, I don't even know how they do it, but they have a good dynamic. They both seem to have mutual respect for each other, and they both are skilled enough to actually get things done, and they care enough, and that is so rare. It's like, I'm a little jealous of them, but it's like, I'm happy for them all the same, because it's like, man, if I knew someone like that, that'd be cool, but yeah, it's not common. But yeah, and I could tell that they weren't just putting on a show. Like a lot of the stuff they talked about was like totally what would happen. They weren't flowering over it and trying to make them look better than they were. A lot of the issues they had is like real embarrassing stuff, and it's like, oh my goodness, this is actually, this isn't some slop made Minecraft in 10 days type video. Like this is actual real problem solving. So I thought it was really cool to see that. But yeah, I forgot the name of what it was. I don't know if I even, do I have the tab? I don't know if I still have the tab, but I could probably like dig for it at some point. But it's, yeah, it was really cool. A lot of respect for having, they could like work that out. And yeah, because I could tell they really care. They really care about it, because a lot of the little details that they would like point out in their video, like the camera system, they had like they like rewrote their camera system like 3 times because the way it was rotating wasn't right. And it's like, we studied, because they were trying to do this Banjo-Kazooie inspired type thing. And they said, we studied how the camera moved in Banjo-Kazooie, and ours wasn't quite like it. So we like redid it 5 times until it was exactly like Banjo-Kazooie. And there's actually a lot of specific conditional programming they had to do that I've never seen anyone care enough about to explain, except that Journey guy. But I've never seen an indie do a devlog where they actually like care enough to explain it. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is like, these guys get it. This is great. So I just thought it was cool. It was really awesome. That's like, that's the time when that works, when you've got like someone else on your team that has your back. It's like having a clone of yourself, essentially. That's like the one time where I've seen like where kind of like it actually works out, but it's not very common, unfortunately. But yeah, very happy for them. Oh, there's just something that's a bit stiff about this. Something a bit stiff about this. I don't know what it is. You can see issues. You see the feet shouldn't be rotating like this in my old poser. You see I made a lot of mistakes there. I think it needs this. And yeah, you know what? I have an idea on how this needs to look in motion. I know I said this would be quick, but this is actually because I realized how bad this actually was. This needs to like, yeah. See, when she's moving, this will look better because it looks like she's got her momentum from behind her, and it's like got follow through. And then here it needs to sort of come forward, but I don't know how it's going to go back to. We'll cut out that last idle. We don't need the idle at the end. But it needs to like, her momentum can't stop. It has to keep going forward. That's why it looked kind of awkward. So we'll get rid of the last frame. So when we see this in motion, it's going to look better because she's putting her feet out in front. She's like springing. So if I play this a bit longer, see how the it's not quite. I've almost got it. I just need to have this come out a bit more, and this needs to tilt more. But it has to look like her momentum is preserved in the animation. We can't just do it with the movement code. It has to look like the animation is also doing something. And this foot, I don't think the foot should raise in this version. This foot should stay put. Nice rhyme. Actually, maybe the foot should stay exactly where they are the whole time. I'll shorten it all to 4 frames. Or maybe like bring this out. So I know it looks weird out of context, but when we see this with the other animations it's trying to do, I think it'll make sense. And at this frame, so this is actually kind of becoming its own thing. This frame, we have to clear the scaling. The scaling has to calm down. The scaling has to calm down a bit here. So I'll clear what I remember scaling. I think it was just the feet and the... it actually should probably actually scale a bit the other way. So we'll scale the head a little this way. So it looks like she's taken back off to keep running. Because this is going to play while she's running mainly. When you run and then you go back into the run, it's going to look like this. Now her head is actually a little too big here. So I need to do something about that. So I need to change this to 0.9 on the X and Z. Now, yeah, that's a bit... It's going to look strange, but when it's in motion, trust me, it'll look great. And I think this torso needs to stretch a little. Maybe 1.1. And then 0.95 on this other axis. So it's going to take her entire upper body and sort of stretch it a bit, but yeah, so we might tone down the head. It's gonna stretch the head anyway. Yeah. The tail does look a bit awkward though. That's the only thing. So I'll have to here change it up. Should start kind of I don't know what should happen here actually, because this is a very drastic. Actually, yeah, maybe that works. That kind of does work actually. And then here, it has to sort of like take off like that. So there should be a straight line of action. So actually, I can see here the hips are in the wrong spot. See, straight lines, Sporticus's rule. So this is better, you see? So I know it looks awkward here when she's just standing still, but in motion, it's gonna look great. So even here, we can maybe even move this back a bit so that the legs are a little, no, we don't want it too straight. They need to be bent a little bit, but not to a ridiculous, and I just noticed the asymmetry here. Didn't have mirroring on. We just take all that and just push it back a little further like this. Maybe even like that. So it's a bit, so that there's the right angle, you know what I'm saying? Like that, yeah, I'm just looking at the leg and the torso, right angle. Okay, we should give these a spin. And why is this renamed it to humanoid rig action? What has it done there? It's like try to make a new animation. explain that proper. Jump and moving. Oh, it's like, why is it made of coffee? Jump and move. Okay, it's for whatever reason that's empty, so we'll get rid of the old one. Jump and moving. Let's make sure we have fake user. Oh, what? No, did I delete? No. What? Why is it made a duplicate of it? Okay. No. What is... Okay, that's it. I want you. Yes. Let's save you now. What on earth is it doing? Jump and... moving. Jump and moving. So it's given me this... We'll get rid of that. Now the old one, the other one I just made should still be there perfectly intact. And if I just rename this to be the right thing, it should, please don't add the, yeah. So if I go here, then back again. Yes, okay, we are safe, we are safe. Whew. Whew. All right, let's get you out into the engine, shall we? Frame 4, we'll do 6 frames. That took a bit longer than I thought, but it's going to be worth it. Because you see already, this is the old version. The posing is all wrong. It's just not... no. Doesn't... No. No. So let's redo that. Jump and moving. Re-import. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. No! Can't re-import. Oh, come on now. That's not good enough. Maybe if... Oh, no. It's probably trying to do this from a file that I don't have in the disk anymore. So let's change the file path to Gabi jump and moving. Oh, did that not work? No, there's another thing I have to change. In import settings, I thought it was here. No, it isn't. Huh. Well, let's re-import this again now. Aha! Nice one. Whoa. Whoa. That's fast. Oh, it's because the rate scale has gone up. Why did I change? Okay, this is better. Let's just make sure it's in the blend space. Gabi jump should be in here. When she land, oh no, it's not here. It's Gabi jump end. So that's the superhero land, which we haven't implemented properly yet. And then as the speed, yeah, I think it's there. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Oh, okay, maybe I went a little too overboard. Yeah, it looks a little awkward because... Okay, I'm gonna have to... Oh, I know what to do. I know what to do. It's just I have to move her body to stay in the center. Because it's she leans back, which looks strange. Yeah, let me fix that. That looks a bit, yeah, a bit not right. Looks a bit wrong, I would dare say. So we have to take, because her feet have to come out in front of her, which it is doing, but her center of gravity has like changed too much. Oh wait, what is I only want it to do it for just the one frame, like here. Why is it moving it for all of them? No, not like that. Oh, because they aren't keyed here. Ah, silly me. Let's make sure that's keyed. Okay, now I can move you just forward. No, not everything. I just want these bits. Thank you. Splendid. Oh. Wait a minute. Hold up. Why is her feet moving more? That's wrong. It's not meant to happen. Okay, now it's moving properly. I don't know what that was about. I don't know what that was. But between her body... So maybe we gotta straighten this just a little? Or, I don't know, maybe I think I might want to leave it as it is. But here I might want to compress it a bit. I might take it a little further forward. And then this, we will move it about here. Her hips have to stay in the middle. This is actually a little too high. I went a little too... I was a little too excited with the scaling, I'll admit. So we'll tone that down a little. And the actual body was rotated a little wrong as well. Like it's a bit crooked. We'll try it. Okay, we'll give this a shot. Should look a little less janky now. This is better. I think it's still... I might need to just revisit the posing a little later, but... See how now when she lands, her feet look like they're still moving? Like the feet are following the ground? That's sort of what... That's why it looked strange before. But it does look a little... the timing. When I look at it from this, it's like it overstays its welcome a little. Or not, I don't know, maybe it's just in slow motion it looks weird. Because it has to look like she's reacting to the ground. I like the idle one more. I don't know, the moving one I don't like as much. Maybe I need to get a lot of speed and really see it there. It looks a bit... I think it's just the scaling that's kind of throwing me off a little bit. It does... All around it feels a bit better, but there's just some... Maybe it's just the glitchiness of the model that's kind of throwing me off with it. Because she can't not react. It'll look weird otherwise. So if we watch how she lands... Maybe it's... Oh, you know what it is? I think it's just as she gets up, because the pose actually kind of goes, but I think it just lasts a little too long, maybe. So I'll try cut the animation off a frame earlier and see if I like it more. So it would be about here. I just want to see. So I'll have the animation end a bit sooner. So she goes straight into the run. I think oh, what do I like? It looks a little too snappy now. Like her model, the scale just changes too much. Yeah, there's a bit of a weird glitch going on. She snaps, something snaps. It doesn't, the transition is not as good here. It is sometimes. Every so often it looks okay, but there's some weird thing going on with the animation blending. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand why. I'll have to like look at it with fresh eyes, maybe. I'll bring that pose back, just see how I like it. Do you make Blender tutorials? No, I don't. I don't have time for that. I have a game to ship. I think I'll keep that pose in. It's just... it could be better. There's something a bit wrong with it still. I think when she goes from that jump pose, it might actually be the jump pose I don't like, because her head moves too much. I like the general idea of it though, of her going down and forward, but it's not playing nice with some of the other poses. But the other poses I'll have to change at some point anyway, so I might have to come back to this later. But I do like the idle. The idle is cool. The idle may stay of this land. Yeah, I think it's just because the fall pose. Yeah, that's the main difference. The difference between this one versus that is that the pose that precedes it is wrong on the moving. We have this, not this, that pose. That pose is making it look worse. This pose is making it look worse. Because look at her hands. They snap forward. Whereas on this one, the hands don't look like they're teleporting because the pose lines up. Like the hands look, you know that it's like the motion of action is clear here, and it's like that's why it makes sense. But here the hands go straight from behind her to in front, like the complete opposite direction, and that's why it looks strange. So that's interesting. What I will try just to confirm that that's what it is. I'm going to change the fall pose to the idle pose, and it's going to look weird, but it's just a game theory I have. Okay, I just need to check it. So if I change this to jump, descend, idle for the moving. Oh, it didn't. Why didn't that not work? Oh, there's like a few different places I have to change it. So I'm going to replace every time that pose comes up with the idle one, just to see if it will look better. So, it does look a little better, but it still is not going to quite match, of course. That's why we do need a different... Yeah, now that I can see the jump, we do need a different descend pose for sure. Because look at the straight, it just looks weird when she's falling like that. Yeah. It looks all awkward in motion, that pose. If I jump from a high up place though, I think, yeah, it's just the preceding pose is what's kind of making it look the most worse. So that's manageable, at least, because I was planning on changing this one anyway. What if she lands with ours to the side? Yeah, I think that's what I'll... maybe. Like the actual landing, you mean? Yeah, maybe. Maybe I will. But, well, no, I don't know, because you have to have the arm straight. If she lands like that while she's moving, I mean, I don't know, maybe that would work. Maybe that would. But they can't... I do want to change this mid-air pose anyway, to have the arms not go behind her as much. So that'll probably also help. Because, yeah, I don't really like it at the moment. But for the idle, because I gotta get going, but we'll compare sort of how it was versus how it is at the moment. So let me turn off infinite jumping, because the text is in the way. So if we look at how it was, I tweeted this little clip on my twitter.com, which you can follow, link down below. This is how it was. If we look at it frame by frame, you see this fall, you see how awkward it kind of is? Especially the landing. Let me put this on loop. So maybe you guys can see it now. But look at her fists. The fists is the giveaway. That's where it looks the worst when you focus on her fists. It's like they go from like that, and it's too no, it's just not right. It's too stiff. And the timing of it is strange. It's like it hangs on one frame too long. Because it actually is, that's what it's doing. Because what it's doing, that guy pointed out about it lasting like too long. What's really happening is, you see here, that's the fall pose she's blending into, and then the first frame of the land is still the fall pose, which is like, no, she has to be reacting now. She can't still be falling here, she has to react right now. And she doesn't until the next frame. Like that frame, look how long that holds for. I'm scrubbing through the timeline. You can see the moving platforms in the background moving, and she's holding that pose for 5-6 frames. And it's like, no, can't do that. So that's why it looked, and then this, yeah, the poses are just not great. And then she does the jump again. So that's what it was. Let's look at it now. Let's see the difference. I'll do you one better. We'll go to the exact same spot. We'll go to the exact same spot so the lighting and everything is the same. It was right about here. Watch her jump now. Watch the landing. So that's can I full screen? So that's before. See how it kind of it like teleports after. Pretty cool. You know what else is wrong? I just noticed this too. Her head gives it away as well. The head is all wrong in this one. I can see it. If we look at this one, watch her head. You see how the head actually has follow through now. So this is by accident another animation principle that we've now adhered to. You gotta picture the head like a bowling ball, because it is the heaviest thing on your whole body. The head actually goes further down and then comes back up, and it looks heavy. But here, the head kind of it doesn't. The head stiffly, if you look at how she lands, watch her head. It just doesn't it just doesn't like it doesn't feel like heavy. It feels like it's teleporting. Like it hangs there. That's why it looks weird, is that the head should be so heavy that it's still moving. It still has momentum here, but it freezes. And then it kind of tries to correct. If I keep going, is it gonna change poses? Oh, it's stuck. The VLC is frozen. But yeah, it hangs way too long right there. Whereas on this version, you see the head, it instantly reacts to the floor. Instantly. The frame that we touch the floor, instant reaction. And it looks like it's follow-throughing from before. That's just a little few differences in poses. It can really change the entire vibe of it. So it's important. As Magnus would say, this is very important. I can't do his accent very well, but I'm trying. This is very important. I think that's how he says it. And it's true. It's very important. See how satisfying it is. The fists as well, because of the posing. If you watch her fists here, the fists have follow through now because they don't go up, they go down, just like gravity would take them. So they go up, and then as she reacts. Whereas this one, her arms go straight up, and this is like no. This is her arms go like this. I can see. I feel so embarrassed because I tweeted this last week and it got like 13,000 views. And I know I feel embarrassed because it's like I could have done this better. Oh no. Actually, yeah, let me look at it because actually, for whatever reason, everyone was like retweeting it. Also, the T-pose to stop appearing, you put the somersault as a temporary. Oh, good idea. I think we'll do that in just a moment. I just want to show you this. This is my embarrassment on full display. Look at the amount of engagements this got. This actually did well for me. And now this many people have seen the bad pose. They saw this and no one said anything, but wait till I show them the new one. It's gonna be even better. So maybe I should wait before tweeting this next time. But you learn. Oh yeah. So yeah, with Koza just said we should add the flip for the attack so she doesn't T-pose. I don't know if I can actually do that. I don't think we actually have a thing in the animation code. I thought I did. No, I should have it. I should have it in here in the traverse. No. It's in one of these animation blueprint. It's in the animation blueprint. I thought it's in here anyway. Yeah, the T-pose is pretty awkward. Oh, hey, sorry, I didn't see your message there, Vetties. New to the stream? Well, I can tell you a lot about this game. This is Project Feline, the 3D parkour anime platformer, which will be coming to a Steam page near you. I do have a Steam link in the description if you want to wishlist it. We're just kind of working on her animations of the lead character, Gabi, right now. And I've done a lot of other stuff besides animation. So we have some movement, we have parkour, wall running, ledge grabbing, climbing, grinding. And it's just kind of a game of like skill of how fast can you get through stages. And I'm trying to make it look and feel a lot better than it currently does. So that's why we're going through and reanimating the entire character. And yeah, it's a lot of people have compared it to like Mirror's Edge and Titanfall, and like what else have people have said Jet Set Radio, but I don't think this is really what Jet Set Radio is about. Jet Set Radio is just like skateboarding and graffitiing and stuff, which isn't quite what we're going for here. But I guess some people have also said Sonic, which is sort of, I guess you could also say that as well. It's got a mix of that in there. So if you like any of that stuff, but you're kind of sick and tired of the AAAs, you come to the right place. And that right place is my Steam page, wishlist now. So check that out. But thanks for coming by. Sorry I didn't see your message there. I tend to get very focused during my streams. So first time chatters don't know, but I get extremely focused. And unfocused at times as well. I'm very binary. I can't multitask very well. So there will be long periods where I just don't talk to chat. That's not because I hate you. It's just because I'm not like a gaming streamer where I can just play a game and talk. This is like real work. So I have to balance that out. But I hope it's fun to watch. This is also fun to watch, this animation. Yeah, so let me look at that to take that suggestion on board there. There should be something in here to control the pose for when she's attacking. I believe it is here, and I have it empty. So I should be able to take... summer... What did I call it? I think I just called it flip. Oh no, that's spin flip. No, where's the... I think I called it maybe aerial jump. Yes. Alright. Oh, that is kind of interesting. I don't know if I want her being tucked in. I think I need to make some kind of pounce pose for this attack. That's what I need, but this will do for now. I guess it's better than, it is better than the T-pose. Not gonna lie, it is better than the T-pose. She kind of looks like a Bionicle or like a Beyblade. A Beyblade, that's what I meant, yeah. She looks a little like a Beyblade. Let it rip when she's doing that. Oh, and like right before she falls, if I do the flip, it does look sick. So yeah, that's... Oh, could I... Because I don't know if you guys remember a few weeks ago, I said it'd be cool if while she fell... You see this falling state? Or... wait, no, it was one of these. It wasn't jump start, it was like this one. I think it was here. Let's try this. We're gonna add the flip to the fall, so that when you fall off something rather than jump off something, she does the somersault. Haha, that's cool. So if I run off a ledge, it looks like she's doing it on purpose. It's like, oh, I meant to do that. Let me gracefully flip off this ledge. That's yeah, look at that. Whee! Sick. Epic, I tell you. Is there a way I can get it to loop twice, though? I don't know. But I do need to make, like, maybe something a bit more... The flip posture needs to be different. I know exactly what kind of flip I would need for that. Her legs need to be spread out. Her hands need to be on her knees. And her legs have to be bent at a 90-degree angle. I know exactly how the flip is supposed to look for something like this. But we are out of time for today. So maybe we'll do that next time. Actually, yeah, that'll be a fun one to start with. Some kind of, like, fall off... The Gabi fell off animation of her, like, doing a flip off these. Because it's just cool. I don't know if it's just me, but I just love this. Like, what? It's just cool. I just like it. Then when you jump, it has a different animation when you jump. Very graceful, if I do say. It seems to loop the animation during this dash, though, which is interesting. Plays it on a loop. But it's very quick when she has a target. And this launch off pose actually kind of works okay for this attack. Not perfect. I'd like to create something for these, but this is actually not a bad point to start with this leap. It does feel pretty cool flipping into the floor like that as well. But I need some kind. I want like a pounce with her hands out. That's what I want. But it has to look like not a cat pounce, because cats. I mean, a little bit like a cat pounce, but it has to follow the Sporticus manual of design. It's not called that, but I'm calling it. I'm naming it that video. I'm naming it the Sporticus manual of design. Because that's how seriously I treat it. So we need some kind of pounce later on that follows the rules of how Sporticus moves with his straight line. We can't have this sort of crawly stuff. We can't have the Captain Quark pose. It has to be sort of the way he moves. But how would Sporticus pounce? That's the question we got to ask ourselves. So he would probably keep his arms straight, and I think I know exactly how he would do it. Now, because I've looked at him so much that I already have an idea in my head. He would like bend his hips at the middle, but he would keep his legs straight and his arms and torso straight. But at the middle, where his hips are, he would bend it slightly. That's what Sporticus would do. So we'll try it from there. But we're out of time for today. All right, let me just save all that before I head off. Saving. Spinning makes her movement fluid when she falls off the ledge. Thanks, AJ. Well, yeah, if we get like something a bit more, because this is just like the first flip I tried, and I can think of ways to improve it. So if we get an even better flip, it'll look even more fluid, as you put it. Betty says it looks up my alley. Sort of mirrors Edge, Titanfall, and Jet Set. Thanks. Sunset. I've heard of Overdrive, but that's more like an open world weapons. That's like a Ratchet and Clank meets Jet Set Radio, isn't it? Because it has like the weapon wheel and stuff. I played like a little bit of it like maybe a year ago, but it felt, the movement mechanics felt a bit it's not quite like Titanfall. Titanfall is sort of my basis of physics of like how the flow should feel. Like you should be able to gain infinite speed and stuff. Maybe you can do that in Sunset, but I haven't played enough of it to know. The movement speed, it didn't feel like I could change it that much, except having like a boost or something. But I don't know, maybe I need to play more of it to figure it out. But anyway, guys, that's gonna do it for me today. We were a pretty long one today, actually. So I'll try to keep it a bit shorter tomorrow, but we did go through a lot. So I hope that you thought the stuff I learned about animation was cool, because that's stuff I'm trying to like keep in mind for when I make the big devlog about this. But I'm working on it in the background. That won't be there for a while. But tomorrow we'll be back at the same time. We will be doing more of this animation. We will be starting at, trying to remember the time zone. It'll say in the Twitch schedule, it'll say. For YouTube, I don't think it has a schedule view. So same time tomorrow. That's all you gotta know. Be back tomorrow with more of this. See you guys then.